Ladies and gentlemen, may we all please rise. All right, thank you very much. If we can all stand on our feet as the Minister, Nokuzola Tolashe, makes her way into the building, please. Thank you. May I kindly request that those right at the back just come forward and come a bit closer so that we make sure that everybody can hear. I'd like to invite my co-facilitator, Mr. Tebinkosi Josopu, to the stage. NDA board member with over 17 years experience in the civil society sector. Just to come and join me on stage, please, before we sing the national anthem. And as per protocol, when we sing the national anthem, we stand at attention. Only the president of the country may put his hand to the heart. Many people don't know that. So if we can all stand with your hands to the sides as we sing the national anthem. Thank you. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. All right, thank you very much, and a very warm welcome to the Minister, a warm welcome to all the NDA executives, to the media at large, a warm welcome to the VVIPs, our CSOs right here in the room. Give yourselves a round of applause. Welcome to the two-day ministerial conference led by Social Development Minister, as well as the National Development Agency. Nakalibiso ke Masachaba Mposwa, I'm a radio television broadcaster, and right along our board member, Ntate Tembinkosi, we will be facilitating this very prestigious occasion that is all about you today. So before we continue, I would like to hand over to Ntate Thembi Nkosi to invite our next guest to officially welcome us and observe all protocol. Thank you.
Okay, no, thanks very much, Ms. Chaba. The first thing, Minister and the Chair, that you notice when you enter the room is diversity. We've got all South Africans from all walks of life. It's rare to happen in conferences like this, where you've got, our demographics are well represented. You've got coloureds, you've got Africans, you've got blacks, you've got Chivendas, you've got Xhosas, you've got all the cultures are represented here, which is quite good. And we appreciate that, and to the organizers. But the first thing that, before I can do that, Ms. Chaba, just to acknowledge some of the guests who are here. Of course, we do have our Minister here of Social Development, Mama Unoguzola, Sisito Lashe. In most instances, they refer those who know her. She has graced us. We also do have members of Parliament who have joined us. We see you, we're together in the oversight, Fundis. We really appreciate your presence here. We do have Obabu Unechipali, Peter Nechipali, who is no stranger in the sector, who is our current Director General, and together with his EXCO, that is part of this occasion. We also do have the NDA board, led by our chairperson, the activists of the sector, Umam Ruth Pengu. We also do have one of the pioneers of the NDA, Dr. Delani Mthembu, one of the co-founders of what we're here. It's quite important to have the founders when we chart a way forward to guide us as to where we're going. We do also have the NDA execs, led by the CEO, Mr. Tabani Buthelezi, who are here. We also do have Sandile Mukasi from the Church of Jesus Christ, Mfundis Umakasi, who's here with us. The Suna Maruleke, the CEO, the young activist, the young lion, who is here. We also had received an apology, Minister, from the MEC from KZN. She did indicate that we should apologize. They will join us tomorrow. And most importantly, as Mashaba has stated, the CSOs who are here, this conference will not have proceeded without your presence. The most important stakeholder among us, we do hereby acknowledge you. Over to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. All right. A round of applause, big one, for yourselves. You can introduce the guest who's going to do the welcome. Or is that the welcome?
Yeah, I will do that.
You did that. You're done with that.
You can call her. No, I can do it.
Yeah, you can.
Okay, no, thanks very much, colleagues. We will now be moving, as you would have noticed, in terms of our program, you can now, we're no longer printing, you can scan, it will also appear on the projector. We are trying to go digital. We are trying to save trees. We are in the era of climate change. The less we cut trees, the better. So we need to save the paper. When we save the paper, we also save money. As you will notice that there's been a QR code that has been circulated. Now, the person that is going to come and welcome us, it's a person that some of you deal with, who needs no much of introduction and will not go to detail. As we have said, that her profile is, you can just go in the QR code, download it. I'm sure there's a Wi-Fi here. You'll be able to find her full profile there. But the long and short of it is that she is the one that is driving the program of CSOs in the NTA. Uma Khumalo, Susan Khumalo, please come forward, Ma Khumalo, to come and welcome and everyone that is here. Open.
A round of applause for her, ladies and gentlemen, as she makes her way to the stage.
Okay, colleagues, yeah, as we bring Umamu Ruth to Chairperson, we know Umamu Ruth as an activist in the sector, very passionate about cooperatives, cooperative development, a community activist from SAMCO, someone who is no stranger in governance. She has also served as a member of parliament, and currently she's serving as a member of as a chairperson of the board of the NTA. Colleagues, let's welcome Umamu Ruth Pengu who is going to give us the opening and welcome.
We can get off the stage. No. We are getting off the stage. Next, I'll come back and then we do the song.
Program
And then we'll
Director,
introduce the next person. But let's get off the stage.
Honorable Minister for Social Development, Comrade Sisi Sitolash. Honorable Minister of Social, or Deputy Minister of Social Development, in absentia, Honorable Hanif Hendricks. Honorable Members of Parliament, I'm standing here as the chairperson of the board. I'm greeting the DG of Social Development, the acting CEO, members of Parliament, board members, officials from other departments who are supporting this initiative of our minister. In view of time, I'm going to say all protocols observed. Honorable Minister, uyayazi indlela. Ulapha namhlanje ngoba sakhala ngelinye ilanga. Ngathi i-NDA is ngathi umntwana ozalelwe ngaphandle ekhaya. Uminister washeshe wayiva le ndaba. Namhlanje ngiyakomitha la ukuthi ngeke ngiphinde ngilisebenzise leli gama. Kodwa ke ngifisa ukuchaza ukuthi mina I am an activist. Sometimes you will excuse my language. You stir the shit so that the shit can smell. Bese ku-reacta umuntu agqume. Ngaqala kwa-NDA ngo-2023. Uminister uqale kule department ngo-2024. Wanede nje wezwa leli gama lokuthi ngithi i-NDA yi-stepchild. Waqhuma wayofika e-NDA, wababona bonke abasebenzi base-NDA, ngicela simshayele izandla. Uma sefikile ngalelo langa wasethi ku-acting CEO, nawe chairperson we-board ye-NDA, ngifuna i-conference. Angapheli u-April ingenzekanga leyo conference. Wayibiza ngegama futhi wathi eyama-CSOs, eyabantu abasebenza direct ne-community. Wasichaza futhi isizathu saloko wathi akafuni, she doesn't want to respond to perceived needs. She wants to respond to felt needs. That is why she wants a conference of the CSOs, of the cooperatives, of the people that are being assisted by those CSOs. Kwavuleka ipage elisha. Ingakho ngithi lelo gama ngeke liphinde lisebenze elithi khona umuntu oyi-stepchild. I-achievekile into kwakufanele liyo koyihlokoloza. Kodwa ke esingako la ngizokwamukela nina banikazi bendaba. Mhlawumbe abaningi abazi ukuthi i-NDA yayingekho engakakhuluma ama CSOs athi ayayifuna iNDA. Ngi-product ye-CSO, Welgespread Fellowship Center, the executive director was Griffith Zavala. And the person who was working in the presidency was Sibongile Mkhabela. Naye evela ku-NGO sector. Ku-government, kwakukhona u-deputy president, uPhumzile Mlambo-Ngcuka, naye evela kuma-NGOs. Kukhona no comrade uThoko Didiza, naye evela kuma-NGOs. La namhlanje sino founding chairperson we-MDA, ubaba uDelani Mthembu, naye futhi owayisuka kuma-NGOs. So lendlela esihambayo siyayazi. Isizathu sokuthi kwakhiwe iNDA kwakuwukuthi kuqedwe ipoverty, eradicate poverty, not alleviate it, eradicate poverty and its causes. One of the causes of poverty is the 1913 Land Act. Siyabonga Minister Tolashe ngoba uze la upresident wale country esewusayinile umthetho we-expropriation of land without compensation. Bengithi ngizoshaya kakhulu izandla because lowo mthetho lowo is one of the causes of poverty. Ikhona neminye eyayingamvumela umuntu omnyama ugcwele abantu abamnyama la. Yayingamvumela umuntu omnyama ukuthi abe nomuzi edolobheni. Yayingamvumela umuntu omnyama ukuthi abe nebhizinisi edolobheni. Manje kusayinwe umthetho oyi-cause ye-poverty, expropriation of land without compensation for development to make you own the means of production. Mau expropriate umhlaba for development yaseMbadu. One of the CSOs ezila ezifundwe yi-NDA. Comrade Minister, lo mhlaba ozotholwa yiMbadu uyotholakala ngoba iNDA ikwazile ukuba yi-activist organization. Yabuka ukuthi uma abantu baseMbadu bethi bafuna umhlaba ukuze bazidevelop, babe sustainable development, what role is going to be played by the NDA? Izoba i-NDA ye-grant noma i-NDA izowuthatha lo mthetho osubhaliwe osusayiniwe ithi abantu baseMbadu ngoba baseStellenbosch bafuna umhlaba oseStellenbosch nomuntu omnyama kabe nawo umhlaba eStellenbosch. Sengqina kubizwe ama-CSOs lana, the unsung heroes and heroines. Abantu abathi uma kuno government kwi-country ongabanaka abantu bachiphe in bavale leso sikhala. Lama NGOs ayesebenza kuona uDelani, koKagiso Trust, koVuleka Trust, koDaconia, ama NGOs ayevale isikhala ngoba ugovernment we-apartheid engabasizi abantu. Lo government wamanje wenze iNDA ukuze ugovernment asebenze nabantu, abantu bazishobona izinto abazifunayo. Sinwelcome la ukuthi asifuna ukunhlanhlatha sithi sine turnaround strategy. Kanti turnaround strategy esobe sishaya ngayo isifuba. Nina i-turnaround strategy eningayazi, eningayithandi, neningayisupport. Nizelela ukuthi sinikezwe ithuba lokuthi siphume ekubeni yingane ezalelwe ngaphandle sesiyingane yasekhaya sifudumele manje sigijima nani sithi ishoni lokho enikufunayo nina uminister unendlebe nina niyizinyawo namehlo alo minister niyizinyawo namehlo ale MPA nizandla siyanibingelela sithi khumlana amabhantshi abashiselwayo kumnandi la ekhaya akushaywa umuntu kushaywa indlala kushaywa izinto ezathi ayibe khona indlala sengivala ngicela siyifunde imithetho kakhulu ephathiswe yilo government abangakaze bawufunde uAct number 84 South African Schools Act unikeza abantu uqala unikeze ukuthi akwakhiwa ama-school governing body bese unikeze section 21 of that act ika-1996 yasayinwa uminister uSibusiso Bhengu inikeza ama-school governing bodies ukuthi akwazi ukuthatha izinqumo ukuthi imali efika ezikoleni izosebenza kanjani besihamba-ke lapha ngaphandle sibabonile abathunga ama-school uniform bathi badayisela iy'kole kunomunye umthetho oshaywe ngo-2005 olekelela lowaya wama-school governing body Act number 14 of 2005 uthi 5 natural persons can form a cooperative bese uthi 2 juristic persons bafoma i-cooperative 2 juristic persons are schools okusho ukuthi izikole mazifoma i-cooperative zihlangana nalabo mama bathungayo ngaphandle ayisaphumi imali yokuthenga ama-uniform ayothengwa kwa-JEM ayothengwa kwa-PEP ngoba nesikole sesihlangene nomphakathi yileyo partnership-ke thina esithe kwi-turnaround strategy we are focusing as the NDA on partnerships to facilitate the establishment of community-owned enterprises. Lezo skole zigcwele iy'ngane zigqoka ama-uniform. Lezo skole zino-school nutrition program. Umhlaba awubuye iy'kole zibe nama-cooperative. La bese beqale bayohlangana ney'kole. Kungabi ama-cooperatives anabantu abawu-5, kuye ama-cooperatives anabantu abawu-2,000. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rilebwile Chairperson. Another round of applause for Umama Bhengu, the NDA Board Chairperson. Thank you so much. Wonderful. So, ka Sesotho ba re re amohetswe. Ka Sezulu ba reng? Siamuke, ke Mosotho hleng. Slowly. Siamukelekile. Ne? All right. Ngiyabonga. Before we continue, with our next speaker, I think we just need to warm up a little bit and invite God into the space, ne? All right, DJ, do the right thing.
We're not going to break for tea, and then also this one is not around. So we're going to go straight to
Oh, Tabani is not around. Tabani is next. He's not around. Tabani is next. He's not around.
Yeah, he's next.
Yes, he's next. Oh, come on. Asubumege. Ay, Minister. Asubumen. Nyayaz Moslengom. All of you that side. Come on now. Kukhusela umoya wami Ngomandla uzoyigcina impilo yami. Ehe. Phinde khusela umoya wami. Uzoyigcina impilo yami. Ehe. Ngoba mina ngizohamba ngijonge kuwe ngamaxesha wonke ngizohamba ehe kuwe ngamaxesha wonke bazohamba bangijonge ngamaxesha wonke Sulololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololol Thank you, DJ. Ukhusela umoya wami. Thank you so much, DJ. We may all be seated. A round of applause for all of you. Yabon. Now we can proceed. Over to you, co-facilitator.
No, thank you very much, Ms. Chaba. Colleagues, we will now call the acting CEO, but before, just an adjustment, because we're trying to save time and catch up. We will not, after the CEO, we're not going to have the tea. So, Mr. Maluleke, just prepare yourself and be ready. Colleagues, this is not a stranger in the CSO space. He has got about 20 years of experience in development, focusing in labor, economics, social protection. He has served in various roles. And masasihlangene ke singama-CEOs asithanda ukukhuluma ngamaposting kakhulu, director, DDG, this and that. The language you speak about, that's why I'm lifting his activist experience than qualification, so that you can see that these people are people who understand your plight, are people who've been in the space. Mr. Buthelezi is no stranger. He has been seconded by the minister. It was so quick from social development. He's with us now, and he has brought a revolution, minister. You can feel the mood. That is a mood of delivery. It's a mood of change. Over to you, CEO.
Well, I received this, of course, with the blessings that from the hymn that has already been said. That's Umfundis. I don't know what had happened, but I hope you'll get into Kuluma is with Pumana. But program directors, Honorable Minister of Social Development, Mama Usisi Dolash, the Deputy Minister in absentia, Ubaba Nif Hendricks, the Director General of Social Development, the members, honorable members of Parliament that have joined, the chairperson of the board, Umama Udriana Mkashwan, so I must make sure ukuthi ngiyambamba as well as the two board members that are here. As well, I want to acknowledge them. Special advisors to the minister, I acknowledge you. There are HODs, there are also other CEOs that are not acting, some are acting, you know, it's a mix-up. There are also other chief executives, senior managers from different agencies of government. I understand as well there are also provincial departments that are here, as well as other institutions, distinguished leaders and representatives of civil society, representatives from government, business, as well as development agents, development partners present, esteemed colleagues, delegates, good morning, Sanbonan. It gives me a great pleasure and a deep sense of responsibility, Minister, to welcome you in this very long overdue gathering of civil society. It has been nearly 10 years, if I'm not mistaken, since NDA and any of the agents of government has been able to organize and convene civil society organizations, especially at this scale. And the timing of this conference is just not accidental. It is intentional, Minister, and also it is urgent. So as Umam Ruth had said, when you directed us to organize this, you gave us until the end of the financial year, but because of the two postponement that it had, because of the basic dinga, we are grateful that this is happening. And this conference in a theme, I'm sure you have all seen it. And this theme for us, ladies and gentlemen, is underpinned and it reflects ukuthi as NDA, we want to renew our commitment to make sure that we are bold and also our solutions are driven by leadership. It also underscores the critical need to reimagine partnerships with civil society. To make sure that civil society, they don't remain in the periphery. But civil society takes a center stage, they become an architectures in making sure that bona bakhala imphakathi esihlala kubona ezoqeda ubugebengu and ibona kuphela abazokwenza ama communities nemphakathi esineshow ukuthi iyakwazi ukubekezela and undergoes zonke ezinye izinto businesses affect. Right now no disaster, right now ziningi izinto other than ukudla uphofu nokhona, and we understand the role that is played by this civil society organization. Today, as we meet here 8 months after establishing the new administration under EGNU, and we know that we still continue to commit itself in the fight of the triple challenges. And however, we understand what has just happened as a result of other influences in terms of the shrinking multilateral cooperation, the abrupt and drastic cancellation of some of the critical development funding, such as recent cuts from the USAID support. It was exposed as a country who continue to depend on these development funding. We need to make sure that we start thinking again about what are other possible funding mechanisms that we need to have. And these are the things that we don't have to drop. Because if we don't do that, these things will continue to put a threat and reverse some of the gains that we've already recorded over the past 21 years. We are aware as an NDA as well, there are very progressive platforms that are existing. We've been invited and we'll be participating also in the G20, and we understand as well there are many other segments that are there. We've got a civil society segment, we've got the youth segment, we've got business, we've got think tank, and ourselves and NDA, we want to find space in those, because we know that through those engagements, we are not only bringing South Africa's lived realities and development priorities into the, but we are also learning from international peers and best practices. And this exchange, as we says, that participating in those G20 initiatives would strengthen our capacity as an NDA so that we are able to respond more effectively to the complex challenges we face, from youth unemployment to gender inequality to urban informality and the need for thriving in society. And this is through those global linkages that the NDA aspires ukuthi ikwazi ukuziguqula, but also become an activist and a thought leader as in line with the theme in terms of poverty eradication and a driver of sustainable community development. We are stepping forward, Minister and Chairperson, as an NDA with a bold, redefined purpose. We have adopted the strategy, SAGE, and one of the things that we have started to do, one, for you to change, and you must look at yourself first. So we started doing that introspection. First, are we that institution that is capable to deliver and lead and be that agile? When you do that, it's very uncomfortable sometimes. And one of the things that we have done, which is a commitment that I was able to do, we need to be friends to ourselves and look at each other. So I then undertook ngihambe wonke ama-provinces and ukuhamba not wonke but ngihamba u-5 at least, and ukuhamba kwami I'm not going there alone. I've been taking ama-colleagues, especially the executives, because it's become important that as we do there, it's not just a symbolic exercise that we're doing, but we are there as a deliberate effort so that we are able to gain a first-hand insight into how NDA, especially the grants, is able to transform the lives of our people, how is it able to take him savings in Palatin, but also how it is able to spark the local enterprises. Minister, we have walked around and seen not working in terms of our stalls are called, and these are people who started from nowhere, but now you can see there is that evolvement in terms of them no longer being these smallanyana organizations, but they will be growing now into being a self-sustained enterprises, and that's what we want to do. These are organizations from co-ops coming from Emakaya, and now they're emerging micro enterprises. And the message is clear. With the right support, if as government and other agencies, even the moderate investment, we know that it can unlock a very lasting impact. However, we know that as an NDA, as now Minister of Figures are saying at the conference, one of the things what NDA, so we understand the impact is not well documented, and there are a few things that we're already saying that we must start doing so that we are able to do. One of them, we are committed to enhance the impact as Kwazi Uganza, because everything that you do, it must have the results, it must show what is changing lives. So a few things that you want to do for us, we know that the success of this has been somehow right, but now we want to make sure it must be seen by changing in Bill Zamandu. So, number one, we'll start by consolidating and scaling up the high impact models so that we also come up with measurable outcomes. We want to make sure that we prioritize knowledge sharing so that one CSO, SA Northern Cape, Ikwazi, Uksexa, SA Western Cape, and so forth. How do we make sure that we facilitate the exchange of information and expertise? And this is why, Minister, as well, when we go to the provinces, I've engaged with HODs to make sure that we find spaces where do we collaborate so that we don't just give grants to this, but make sure that we don't even duplicate these efforts, but we create synergies. So we are shifting as an NDA, Minister, and the DG and honorable members from being just a passive grant funder to be an active development partner, the one that walks the road with our CSO's aid beyond just Banigazimali. Secondly, beyond just making sure that we enhance our impact, we want to make sure also that we foster our partnerships, because we understand the fiscal space we are finding ourselves in as government, there are lots of pressures. So we want to make sure that we start diversifying our partnerships age. So we're looking at finance institutions. You know, in my third, fourth month, I was like, Nibuzo say for what Ilipi Bank is bank and now one just Standard Bank. I say, now coincidental bank and Standard Bank. But I said, let me arrange a meeting with them. And one of the things I said, Standard Bank, tell me, what does it mean to NDA bank and over these years? And we are standard back, we are visible in every place. I want to make sure that I get benefits. I don't want to move and get Capitec. If it means I move this account to Capitec, let it be, but I want to see the benefit. So these are some of the things that you are not looking at. I've even told the CFO, I've learned Uguti, all our investment in terms of the pensions, I will leave back. I said, tell them I'm coming to them. Because they must also give back, because they are taking these interests and using for somewhere else. So these are some of the bold decisions that you want to take, make sure that we are also aggressive. But also, what we know, we want to start as well, Minister, because we are also using these public funds as we provide these grants. How then do we make sure that we strengthen accountability and also feedback mechanisms? And I think this conference is also one of those examples where, Minister, we are saying it's not about us talking, but this is a feedback mechanism and a platform that we are creating so that Minister sees well, as is well, and the board is well, because we can't always be in these places where we are providing. So we want to make sure that from now on, we'll be able to establish some structures that will give feedback back to us in terms of our processes for e-funding, capacity support
That's a
and
good
policy
idea.
alignment.
Okay.
We will be implementing transparent and reporting
This colored
mechanisms
girl
to
came and
demonstrate
said
how feedback
they must tell
informs
me
and so
to
forth.
not speak
As I
when I'm not on
conclude,
the
we want to
stage.
make sure that an
audible in the
NDA, an
speaker. It's
NDA
not
becomes
my
a
job
much
not to
more
speak. I have to
responsive
be
and more
brief.
effective NDA.
The sound people must
But I want to
wake
close
up.
by
They
saying
must mute.
we cannot build this
How do I
alone
sit here in
and
silence when
something
everybody's
like
breathing?
alone.
Hi. This
So,
chubby
colleagues,
colored
friends,
girl.
ministers,
I don't know
this
who that came from.
conference indeed
Kare,
we
you must
think
tell
is an
the sound
opportunity to
people.
mark a turning
Yes,
point
I said you
for
must
this
tell the sound
organization.
people to switch.
We are no longer operating
I'm in
in
a
a
common
siloed
sense.
and grant-making mode. We are repositioning NDA
How do I
as a
sit here and
leader
keep quiet until
in
the
the
end
fight
of it?
against poverty,
Look, look,
a
look,
trusted platform for CSO development and a driver of sustained community transformation. But we cannot and should not do this alone. We invite you, the CSO partners, to challenge us, to work with us, to advise us. And we call all government departments that are here, the donors and the private sector to support the implementation of the
keep the ones-
strategies that you seek to adopt. Not only in word, but in resources and in action. And above all, we commit to ensuring that the NDA live up in these promises to serve the people of South Africa with purpose, partnership, measurable impact. Together, we can turn the tide. Ngiyabonga. I thank you.
There are what?
All right, thank you very much. A round of applause for the CEO. I refuse to call him the acting CEO. He's not acting. He's doing the job and he's doing it par excellence. Another round of applause for him, please. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Okay, colleagues, we will now call Mr. Rasinga Maluleke, who is a CEO of the Young African Entrepreneurship Institute. He is an activist that is focused much more on digital transformation and entrepreneurship. Outside that, he has also done volunteer work specifically focusing on higher education and training in rural communities. What I like about it is that his focus is on rural communities. In most instances, in these initiatives tend to focus on urban areas. So I like it. Over to you, Mr. Malule.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. And I would like to greet everyone that is here, the Honorable Minister, the Honorable Members of Parliament, Acting Director General Wone Chipale, and the Board Chairperson, Mayor Ruth Bengu, the Acting CEO of the NDA, the veteran of the space and the founding chairperson, Dr. Mthembu, abafundisi, Mfundisi Sandile Makasi, the esteemed colleagues and distinguished speakers that are going to engage us today. Absheni, good morning. Yes, I wanted to hear that. Thank you very much. Acting CEO, it is both an honor and a privilege to offer this message of support at such a critical gathering of civil society architects. thank you for extending the invitation to us and giving us this opportunity to make a contribution. Acting Director General Bomsanda, the NDA CSO conference comes at a time where South Africa needs it more than ever. It needs bold ideas, collaborative partnerships, and brave leadership. Colleagues, the theme of this particular conference speaks exactly to what needs to be done and what needs to happen. That CEO is positioning the NDA as the thought leader in poverty eradication and amplifying the role of CSOs as the drivers of sustainable community development. My message, Honorable Minister, is a call for us to chase impact towards sustainable development agenda as we find ourselves in an increasingly unpredictable world. And you have heard over the past few months, some presidents just make statements and everything begins to fall down. The key question, therefore, in line with that, Minister, is how do we build state, leadership, and socio-economic capacity that makes our development vision unstoppable? Now, at the center of this particular message is where I believe lies some of the answers that we're looking for. That is leadership, entrepreneurship, employability, and research. And as Bengu did put it during the briefing, that it means that now we come up with research-informed programs towards developing a self-sufficient society, either through entrepreneurship and employment, which means that, Minister, we are no longer now speaking about people as statistics. We're now speaking people as the real faces and the real individuals that are sitting in our different communities, and who can then do it better than the CSO leaders that are sitting here today. It is one statement, but it is a huge task. Therefore, the mandate towards this realization will be purpose-driven collaborations. And the CEO did speak to that it's now about partnerships. And today I am proud, colleagues, to stand on a partnership that embodies that particular spirit between the National Development Agency and our African Institute for Development and Research, and also leveraging the work of one of our institutes, that's the Young African Entrepreneurs Institute, which is now in place. To put things into perspective, Mambengu, currently the NDA regional leaders are representing the institute in what we call the Yay Times Absa Youth Entrepreneurship Tour in the different provinces. We started in the Northwest last week or 2 weeks ago, where the NDA is getting closer to the people, speaking about what the NDA is doing and the kind of support that we are offering to the different communities. Now, the reason I'm making this a mention, Minister, is to say to you that the NDA is already taken to the people, as you did say that that's what you want during the briefing. Things are happening now. You did say that you're not looking at more of futuristic things because your time is now and you don't know whether you have that particular future that is perceived. And you mentioned finally that you need a car that is moving, and I can ensure that the car is already moving. Minister, together we ought to consolidate efforts into what will be the National Development Initiative, a bold and structured response to the challenges that our communities face. This initiative will focus and introduce 3 core fundamental programs, that is the Catalyst Leadership and Social Entrepreneurship Program, aimed at harnessing the leadership and development potential of the youth and empowering CSOs. The second one, we're looking at the Lead for Change CSO program, designed to position community leaders and organizations at the heart of local development and agents for lasting impact. And the last one, as we are in a digitized environment, we're looking at a digital and employability skills drive, targeting the critical skills gap that exists in our community and enhance career guidance and job readiness pathways for the youth in our country. Now, as I come to a close, colleagues, beyond programming, we are committed to developing research outputs that inform and guide sustainable development practices across our country that are anchored in both evidence and empathy. But what makes these programs truly impactful is not their design alone. It is the philosophy behind them, that civil society can lead and not necessarily just follow, that young people can design and not just receive. You have seen some of the people as we're walking about, Minister. And that development is not about handout, but a collective effort rooted in dignity and agency. Colleagues, this conference must not be an event. CEO, it must be a turning point, a place where we ask ourselves fundamental questions as to why are we doing all of this? Because rural and township communities continue to face structural barriers to education, innovation, and opportunity. 2, for whom are we doing it? Not the statistics, as I've said, that we mention in reports, but the real people whose names, stories, and dreams deserve to be part of the national agenda. 3, what is to be done? We must move from fragmented, one-size-fits-all kind of interventions to contextual, community-led, and integrated development pathways, which means that when you speak about Ndindani, I saw one of the guys that is showcasing, I'm from Giyani. He says he comes from Ndindani village, just at the border of the Kruger National Park. When you speak about Ndindani, Minister, then we need to understand, what are the people in Ndindani village eating? What do they do? What are the opportunities that lie for them? And colleagues, finally, what we need to do is understand who is already doing it. CEO, as we speak collaboration, let us map, strengthen, and scale the good work already being done, especially in our CSO ecosystem. All these people that are gathered here today are doing something in their communities. It's a question of how do we enhance all of that. Think for a moment, a child grows up supported by the NDA-funded ECD center, enters the public education system, Minister, which is fully funded by the government, receives a social grant, and perhaps completes higher education that is funded by NSFAS. This is government at work. And yet, at 25, they are still unemployed. If you are speaking corporate, you speak return on investment, then it means that this is wasted investment. This is not just a policy failure, it's a missed opportunity to complete the development journey that we have started in 1994. 30 years down the line, there's much that we can do, there's much that has been done, and we need to speak about all of it. Minister, the NDA must be empowered not only to fill gaps, but to build bridges across government, private sector, academia, and civil society, so that our collective work has a return on investment, not only measured in numbers, but in dignity, independence, and hope for our people. Minister, I would like us not to see CSOs anymore as beneficiaries, but they must be seen as co-architects, CEO. They are co-architects of change. Let us move beyond compliance reporting to impact storytelling. Let us no longer limit development to project funding, but expand it to leadership development, social entrepreneurship, and systems transformation. As I sit down in the words of Nelson Mandela, it always seems impossible until it is done. Today, through the National Development Initiative, we are going to declare that it can be done, CEO, that communities can rise, that young people can lead, and civil society can drive South Africa's next ways of inclusive and sustainable development. Let us be that generation that does not wait for change, but builds it together. I wish the NDA a productive conference, an impactful outcomes. Sekusele kancane, nza cancer. I thank you very much. Kancane, kusele kancane, kancane sizophumelela. Kancane, kusele kancane, kancane sizophumelela. Elimpopo kusele kancane, kancane sizophumelela. Natal kusele kancane, kancane sizophumelela. Free State kusele kancane, kancane sizophumelela. Eastern Cape kusele kancane, kancane sizophumelela. North West kusele kancane, kancane sizophumelela. Western Cape kusele kancane, kancane sizophumelela. Northern Cape kusele kancane, kancane sizophumelela. NDA kusele kancane, kancane sizophumelela. Thank you very much.
Ooh, a round of applause once more, ladies and gentlemen. Hi, sinizwile, sinizwile. Gauteng province, nikuphi? Eastern Cape, nikuphi? Mpumalanga nikhona na? Northern Cape, nikuphi? Free State, nikuphi? KZN, nikuphi? Northwest, nikuphi? Western Cape, nikhona na? All right. Minister uzwile bakhona abantu bakho. Baphelele. Before we introduce the next guest, after whom sizo breaka kancane for itiye, siphinde sibuyele, we are going to hear from you, the VVIPs. Hayi man, ra 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 ra. Nikhumbuleni baningi abantu abekho la who don't even maybe even know ukuthi NDA ikhona or iyenza ini. Ngicela ukuthi ni tweeteni, Facebook, Instagram, every platform, the hashtag is NDA CSO Conference 2025, hashtag at war with poverty.
Chair, that's what happens when a young lion takes a podium. You could feel that that was a young lion that was on stage. Roar, young lions, roar! Roar, young lions, roar!
Roar!
Thank you very much. That is a general statement, Chairperson. Anyone can say roar, young lion, roar from any corner. Now, we are going to call Ms. Mpom Kletama. I am not going to introduce her by her title, nor by her experience, but rather through an example that when we had experience as community constituents at Network challenges with NPOs with applying for the national lotteries, those who have applied to the lotteries and who are trying to access the online system may be aware of the challenges, particularly affecting the NPO sector. And I know, and also on Facebook, I'm following the page of the NLC. Every day there are comments there. about this glitch or that glitch, to an extent that at NetLeg we had to engage the executives of the national lotteries. And one person that we had to immediately after the meeting and put on the spot was Ms. Mngretam. It was just a one call. She said, tomorrow, my colleagues will be housed at the National Lotteries Commission's office to assist NPOs. To an extent that I know that they've been throughout all provinces, coordinating mobile offices. Where the NLC goes, the unit that deals with NPOs from DSD, it is there. When there's a challenge to access application, they resolve it immediately. So that's why I'm going to introduce her. I'm not going to come with long history so that you can see her work. Mintiria Bula Bula. Over to Mko.
Thank you, program directors. Sanbonan, Dumelang, Huye More, Machiron. I'd like to greet everybody. Mina can't sing, but I can talk. So I wanted to start a song, but I know it's not gonna work. So thank you so much, program director. Let me greet the minister, the board members. Let me also greet our advisors and the honorable members, and most importantly, our guests. Good morning. I think our speech with the previous speaker, Okare Neroko Pisan. But then for me, it's good because it shows that we are aligned, we are moving in the same direction. My purpose is just to present the landscape of civil society in South Africa. So when we say civil society, what are we talking about? And Tate Josopu just spoke about the NPOs, which is a subset of civil society. But for us to know and understand where we're going, how do we define civil society? Different literature defines civil society differently. But I think it's important from this conference to have the same understanding of what is civil society, what constitutes civil society, because the interventions and the solutions that we will bring will be aligned to our understanding. Again. So in South Africa, we have different types of civil society. And the previous speaker spoke about policy, and I just want to highlight how policy can assist us to define civil society in our country. Some countries include the universities, they include the labor movement, but in South Africa, how do we deal with that? Because we know that the labor movement belongs somewhere. Currently, when we say civil society, we talk about NPOs, which is a subset. Oh, I didn't see that. How do I do it? I don't want to. Okay, can you move to slide number 4? Thank you. So in South Africa, we refer to civil society as NPOs, CBOs, cooperatives, what else? There are others, but are they defined in a manner that if we have to do interventions through the NDA, we know that this is what we need to do to eradicate poverty. So for us, it's important to understand what it means, and also that will assist us to also understand the evolving landscape when it comes to development, when it comes to other issues. I mean, technology evolves every time, and I believe that even the other things that we do are evolving, including the landscape of civil society. What civil society was before 1994 and what it did then is not the same as what we are doing today. The landscape has shifted, the landscape has changed. Can you move to the next slide, please? So, this is just to highlight, I believe the presentation will be made available. This is just to highlight the subset, different categories of civil society as we have them in our country. And most of them would fall under non-profit organizations, under cooperatives, or under non-profit companies. But this is who civil society is. In the next slide. In essence, we are saying that not all NGOs and NPOs, all NPOs and NGOs are civil society, but not all CSOs are NGOs or NPOs. So civil society is much, much broader than NPOs and cooperatives. So our intervention has to ensure that we cover everybody. I nearly said amen. Next slide, please. And in our country, like Ntate Josopo has said, we can articulate and define and demonstrate the magnitude of non-profit organizations as we peak in the country. So this is just to highlight where we are in the next slide. Yeah, the same slide. We've got about 285,000 NPOs, subset of civil society. That needs work, that needs to be developed, that needs interventions that will assist us to deal with unemployment, to deal with poverty eradication. We are sorted there. But where are we not sorted? I'm not going to talk about this, the compliance, because the law that regulates the NPOs says that NPOs have to comply. So we know what needs to happen in terms of compliance. And NDA is providing support in that respect, where it goes to support NPOs, to capacitate non-profit organizations. But as the speaker has said, the previous speaker had said that, how do we ensure that we enhance the ecosystem? And I'll show you which one I'm referring to. Next slide, please. Yeah, you can move to slide number 11. Yes, this is where we are. We have regulated 3 types of CSO that falls under non-profit. But there is a new entrant into the platform, into the environment. We are talking about community enterprises. We are talking about social enterprises. How do we utilize, how do we regulate that so that they contribute to unemployment, they contribute to reducing inequality, they contribute to poverty eradication? We need to have a dedicated conversation. How do we ensure and assist that? Yes, they exist, but how are they framed? And what is their purpose right now? This is a new concept that is globally happening. But as South Africa, we also have to move with the times. Yes, it is there. How do we ensure that we assist each other to make sure that it helps us with our development program? Their core purpose, like I said, that is to address social or environmental problems. Yes, they're taking the model of business, but their focus is to address social problems, environmental problems, while they are generating profit. They invest it back into communities. So that's what makes them different from profit and also make them different from not-for-profit organizations. So this is a very critical subset of civil society that we need to focus on if we are serious about development, if we are serious about unemployment and reducing poverty. Next slide, please. Number 13, slide 13. How can we bring this formation into into the regulatory framework. There are challenges which we need to confront. If we want a solution, we need to identify what is the problem, and the solution will address the same problem that we have identified. Yes, we have social entrepreneurs. We have, we have the enterprises, social enterprises, yes. Social enterprises, but are they regulated in the country? This is the challenge, and how do we bring them to the fore? NDA is a tool, and they've got an instrument. We've got NDA Act that is working, that is in place, and NDA is empowered to assist us to make recommendations to legislations and policies directly or indirectly constraining effective development. If we want development, we have to ensure that our enterprises are legalized, and NDA is already empowered to assist the whole of government into ensuring that these social enterprises are legalized and they have a legal framework that will assist them and support them adequately. There's different definitions of what a social enterprise is. There's no regulation. And also, how do we measure social impact? We say that they're established to give a social impact and an environmental impact, but how do we measure that in our communities? NDA, already they've got the instrument that can assist us to be able to do that through coordinating policies that are relevant to its object. NDA's object is to eradicate poverty. So already they've got that instrument. How do we take this instrument and actualize it to ensure that we're shaping the enterprises to achieve the goal of eradicating poverty in our country? On the operational effectiveness, NDA already again is mandated to provide capacity building. Now, the challenge of enterprises is that there's no support from government. The donors are reluctant because, you know, anyone who's got the money, they want to see return on investment. They want to see where their money is going. And with the tool and the instrument that we have, we can ensure that these enterprises get support from government. These enterprises create employment and they retain those that they employ. But also they lend the business acumen through its capacity building programs. Currently we have, next slide please. Currently we have high level of youth unemployment. Yeah, we could see it was a youth before me, ne? The energy. But not all youth have this opportunity. How do we ensure that our youth, everybody who is a youth, is empowered? And we believe that entrepreneurship and building entrepreneurship to our young people will assist them. This is one challenge which we believe that can address poverty and unemployment. Also, the social entrepreneurs currently, they are not in the ecosystem. Already we've got the NPOs, we've got the cooperatives, we've got the non-profit companies that are already in the ecosystem. How do we bring this to the fore? To join, but we know what is our ultimate goal. What makes them different? They address inequality. We have to define and understand. Addressing inequality, if we are serious about addressing inequality, if we are serious about creating resilient community, we have to empower communities through the programs, but also adaptability. You know, a resilient community is adaptable to the environment and changes as the platform or as the environment changes. We are empowered. And I think if we pay attention to the social entrepreneur, we will make headways. And the legislation is giving us that power. How do we do that? Next slide, please. Slide number 17. I'm finishing now. 17. The next one. Slide 17. Thank you. So, from this conference, what is it that we want to see? One of the themes in the commissions speaks to social entrepreneurship. But for it to happen, for it to be implemented, we need to do policy advocacy. We have to make sure that we advocate for a policy that will promote social enterprises, that will ensure that there are incentives for those that want to participate in that space. We have to also ensure that there is that cross-sector collaboration. Government needs to understand between government, the sector itself, as well as private sector. We have to have the same vision because our end goal is to eradicate poverty. So we are empowered. All we have to do is to ensure that we ensure that there is that collaboration between different entities. I've highlighted this in yellow because I believe that this is the work that still needs to happen, but also acknowledge what is already happening. The ones that I've highlighted in green is what NDA is already doing. So some work has begun, but it's not enough. We have to also move further than where we are to make sure that we achieve our goal, which is to eradicate poverty. So for me, every time when I look at the thing is, what is the end goal? Why am I doing this? What will I achieve into doing this? What solution am I bringing to a problem? This is the problem. Will this solution fit to the problem that I want to address? So with those words, I want to say that as NDA, we are moving, but also we are aware that there's more work that needs to happen when it comes to policy advocacy to ensure there's coordination among different government departments, but also inviting and including the private sector. I thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Mkitama. Another round of applause for her, please, ladies and gentlemen. Nisase right? Serious? All right, 100% as Kubegenige. So before we take a break, I'd like to invite one more speaker before our tea break, ne? And then we can all just get some refreshments and then come back and hear from our CSOs. We cannot wait for that part. All right, so up next, I would like to welcome the CEO of Nedlike Community Trust, Mr. Nhlanhla Ndlovu, to come and talk about the role of CSOs and communities in poverty eradication. A round of applause for Mr. Nhlanhla, please.
Thank you, Program Director. I would like to start by greeting the Minister. We greet all the DG, we greet the DGs, all the officials and the CEO of a National Development Agency. And I will just say so that I don't offend anybody, I'm rising on the already established protocols. Nedlake, I'm speaking on behalf of our overall convener and the chairperson, Thulani Chefuta, was supposed to be speaking on the topic in hand, but he had a family challenge this morning that made it impossible for him to come to be with us. So I've had to fill in. The nice thing about filling in for somebody else, even if you miss the point about what you are supposed to talk about, people forgive you. So I hope you'll forgive me for missing the point. But there's few things that we wanted to address ourselves to, because NDA from its very establishment, it was established for civil society support. And we have actually had relationships in different iterations of ourselves as civil society. We have had relationships with the NDA. I, for one, my very first interactions with NDA in 2000 was in partnership to a process that is almost similar to a process we are going to have this year of G20. and the civil society component of it, which I'm just gonna touch on it a bit. Now, 25 years later, we are still having a relationship that has moved and actually evolved into something else. The way we are redefining our relationship with NDA is actually anchored on the civil society summit that we had and its outcome in the past 3 years. So we have now redefined our relationships, but we are in a process of also redefining what NDA is. But that's not, I think there will be a time when we speak about that in another forum. The question that has been asked is, what is the role of civil society and communities in eradicating poverty? I think that the answer, we always start from the fact that civil society in South Africa might actually predate, like actually it not might, civil society in South Africa predates the formation of the current forms of modern governance or government. Civil society, and in particular our history in terms of what we call the modern civilization perspective. Civil society, we know that it was through churches, both violently and also through enticement, that we actually even established an education system in this country, which was, that education system had the civilizing mission in terms of the European civilizing mission, but it also had a movement of people from what the state they were in to the state that they became. So civil society is the first really organized response to social organization in our country. So we have evolved over time. We also were at the forefront in various permutations in the period of the revolution in South Africa between 1912 until 1994. We've always been there. We've also played a role as civil society. At some point, civil society was a repository of the greatest brains in society. Now, there's been an evolution. The post-1994 period has seen people doing two things that we are observing. There are those that are sucking up to power. They are deepening the sucking up to power. They are brown-nosing, in other words. So there's been a deepening of brown-nosing. And this deepening of brown-nosing has basically created a civil society that is pliable and a civil society that has got agendas that are driven by money more than the eradication of poverty. I'm starting with this one because it's what is more out there and palpable. But there's actually a civil society that continues on defending communities against the scourges of poverty, gender-based violence, criminality, and all types of other problems and excesses that are happening in our communities. That civil society still continues to be there. There's a civil society that is actually at the front line of dealing with disasters. Should there be disasters in communities, they are there. Now, so then the civil society has, in the period post-1994, got significantly fragmented. And its impact got increasingly localized. So you will have that if there's a stage of HIV and AIDS, the frontline in response is civil society. If there's hunger, the front line is civil society. I mean, we're finding like cases right now where there's increasing response to problems. Like, for instance, if the health system is failing and is keeping people with chronic diseases, let's say diabetes, a person arrives at 5 in the morning and is only treated at 11. They are hungry at the completion of their consultation. The civil society and NGOs that are responding to this. Now, of course, the role of civil society in responding to poverty is actually, as I was saying, we exist exactly for that. We exist to respond to poverty. Of course, there's a continuum in our response to poverty. There are those who are responding through providing immediate relief. There are those who respond through welfare. There There are those who respond through advocacy, advocating for intervention by the state and the private sector. There are those who are actually influencing policy sectorally across the board in dealing with poverty. What we will confess is that post-1994, in our fragmented way, we have played so much different roles. These roles have had significant impacts, and communities are aware about the fact that we are playing this significant impact. Our weakness has been that we have not coordinated our efforts so that maybe we even at aggregate level, we shift the needle, and we shift it in a palpable and everybody can see and can agree. Now, the work we are doing in partnership as the Nedley Community Constituency, which is leading now to the launch of the Civil Society South Africa in the next few weeks. We are working closely with NDA to redefine development, to redefine interventions that we have to be dealing with. The stats that I was listening to, the extended definition of unemployment is actually above 40% of the population, which makes the reality of South Africa, the South African households' realities is that more than half of the South African people are living in poverty. More than 50% of South Africans' reality is poverty. Now, the problem that we are doing is that all of us are doing the little we can. I don't know, there's poverty that manifests itself through, for instance, illiteracy and inability to read. But our targets in basic education in a period of demographic transitions, our targets are not 100. There's no target in South Africa in 2026 in providing a desk or a desk for every child that should be enrolling in 2026. In the same way that in post-school education and training, the time when we actually wrote a national development plan, we had intended to at least cover about 40% of the youth of the age of post-school education and training. And we're covering them in various ways, universities and so on and so forth. In Europe, in the countries that have had a demographic transition of a youth bulge in the past, like your Americas, your Japans, or Asia, your Europes, and so on and so forth, they expanded every element of infrastructure. For instance, America has got more than 3,000 universities today, and that is a legacy of the response to a demographic transition. When America got into that demographic transition, it actually spent 20 years not knowing what it was doing. But 20 years later, it then started to build universities, build community colleges, build polytechnics, and their intention was to make sure that the only young person that is not in schooling and post-schooling or post-school education and training is a young person that has got maybe disabilities that make it impossible for that young person to study, or that young person basically is an absolute delinquent. But when that person, if a young person wanted an opportunity, the opportunities are there. And they are using now, in the post-bulge era, they are using the infrastructure that they built to get the best of us. We are now producing a highly skilled people so that they can be absorbed into Europe and America, because their population is aging. Ours is youthful. We are busy doing the first 20 years of America. So what we have agreed and partnered with NDA to do, there are various things where we are going to improve the coordination of civil society. We are going to work in generating evidence on how we improve the regulation and the coordination of the sector. Those are important to us. They are important, the stuff that we will be talking to at the civil society launch. But there's things that we have agreed on. One, we have said we are transforming. We are going to transform the landscape of civil society. Whereas Black civil society is responding to challenges on a daily basis, Black civil society in apartheid, like when I'm talking about Black in terms of apartheid categorization, Black civil society doesn't get resources to respond to poverty, and they are responding to poverty. Then there is civil society that is white, that is getting up to billions. Minister, what has shocked us with the discontinuation of funding by America in some of the programs in South Africa, we got shocked when the billions that are now we are gonna be stopped from getting. It's billions that we didn't know exist. And we are not talking about billions from the state now. We're talking about billions that come directly from the countries of Europe and America, that go straight, in particular, to programs that are aimed at frustrating you and your attempts to transform society. So, in fact, we've been sleeping at work. It must wake us up. Remember now that, you see, there's a lot of institutions that are sharing this information, but they target who the information is shared with. So we want to transform this thing. And when we actually started the conversation, there are some amongst us who were saying, you are taking us back. South Africa has 30 years at the time. They will say we have got 30 years of democracy and of undoing apartheid. But we have not. So transformation must seize us. The second point that we have actually also agreed on, there's a program now which we call community development. In community development is a national program led and partnered with Department of Social Development and NDA and Civil Society South Africa that is yet to be launched. The community development has to be redefined, and there are programs that were elaborated by this very sector that also are being piloted everywhere. We're going to have to get systematic about these things. And at the heart of our getting systematic is a scaling up and generating evidence. Some of the evidence must be that our contribution to the GDP and the change that are actually in our economic measurements that are discernible. We must be able to discern that this is what has happened. Then there's an area in which we have said there's jobs for civil society as an outcome of the Social Sector Summit. Now, we are creating jobs, but at a very low scale. And we don't have, the problem with us is that we don't have a problem. We don't have a problem when we are occupying a land with 10,000 hectares. And all we are doing is using 300 hectares with no plan of how we are going to expand to the next of the 10,000. So we have land and we don't know it's an asset. We have land, we don't know how to sweat it. And we have got land and then we urbanize quickly, we move to urban spaces for hunger and maybe the social relief of distress when we are leaving the land that can produce, at the very least, maybe a 5,000 rands a month. Jobs in civil society are an issue. So, I'm just saying these things as a teaser and a recommitment, Minister, that what we have said we are going to do, we are going to do. There's various other spaces that we are occupying, and there are expertise that we are trying to deploy our colleagues to, so that they are able to do the things that they are promising to do. In partnership with NDA and the Department of Social Development, we are also in a process of coordinating what is our capacity building. There's capacity building that will stop us from being deregistered for non-compliance. So we want to stop being deregistered for non-compliance. But we don't want to just be compliant so that we keep existing. We want to be compliant and then build our capacity to do things that we must do. We want to build capacity to do agriculture. We want to build capacity to do the just energy transition. And there are provisions in our policy that we have advocated for, that have got social ownership in just energy transition, including IPPs. There's various new things like the digital economy that we want inclusion. There's also like historical programs of food production, of manufacturing. All these things we are capable of doing more. So, contrary to what we have been doing up until now, scale matters to us. So the answer to what then is our role? Our role is to be a completely developed sector that plays this role and in future contributes more to poverty eradication in a systematic and coordinated way than any other sector, including business. We want to be the leading sector. That's what we want to do. And it is the things that we are beginning to do now, the coordination, the capacity building, the mobilization of resources, the regulation. We are not doing it so that we continue our existence. We are doing this so that we make contribution that is telling. There are indications in Europe that whereas like the other sectors are closing, the social sector is increasing and is rising as a sector that contributes in all indices of development in communities and in society. As I conclude, we commit as the civil society leadership in the country to work together with institutions like NDA as well as government in the Department of Social Development to coordinate with every other department that has got a responsibility and role to alleviate poverty. And I thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Ndlovu. Thank you very much for that. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the time for our tea break. There is an announcement that's just come in here, if you can just give me a second. The lunch areas are said to be, well, please note that you need the lunch ticket, which will be provided to you at the lunch entrance. Number 1, Lakes 1. Number 2, at the main restaurant. Number 3, Cello. Number 4, Moroccan. Lesego? Right, okay. So don't worry about that now. That is for lunch. Tea is right at the back of the room. We are taking 10 minutes so that we can continue with the program and Rekene Moharadi testimonials. It's our very special guest today. 10-minute break, ladies and gentlemen. It's 11:37. Let's all make our way back by 11:47. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Chaili, 10 minutes. Dala futhi. If I may ask everyone to kindly make your way back to your seats so that the program can continue. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask everyone to kindly be seated, please? Thank you.
provincial office and a footprint in districts across the province.
My name is Itumeleng Kwenani. I'm the provincial head of the NDA in the Northern Cape. The Northern Cape is one of the biggest provinces in the country, in the Republic, almost a third of the landmass. It has natural beauty from the sea to the rivers, to the desert, to the dunes. It's truly a gem in the provinces of the country. But its most important resources are the people who reside in this beautiful land.
The vast and arid Northern Cape is the largest province in South Africa, taking up nearly a third of the country's land area. The capital city is Kimberley, with a population of just over 1,190,000. It is the least populous of South Africa's provinces. It is bordered by Namibia and Botswana to the north, and also by the Northwest, Free State, Eastern Cape, and Western Cape provinces. The Northern Cape province is divided into 5 district municipalities. The district municipalities are in turn divided into 26 local municipalities. Native speakers of Afrikaans comprise a higher percentage of the population in the Northern Cape than in any other province. The Northern Cape's 4 official languages are Afrikaans, Setswana, isiXhosa, and English. Minorities speak other official languages of South Africa, and a few people speak indigenous languages such as Nama and Kwe. The Northern Cape is also rich in minerals. Alluvial diamonds are extracted from the beaches and the sea between Alexandra Bay and Port Noloth. The Sishen mine near Kathu is the biggest source of iron ore in South Africa, while the copper mine at Okiep is one of the oldest mines in the country. Copper is also mined at Springbok. The province is also rich in asbestos, semi-precious stones, and marble.
I think in 2018, the former MEC of Social Development identified the school because there was this program that was supposed to be rolled by the Social Development. So Butumela was identified. We then had a visit by MEC Minister Zulu, Deputy Minister Zulu. So part of that program was to source the school. So the need was identified as being a need for computer lab, and it's also a need for sewing machines. So in part of that, they partnered with NDA.
These people who give testimonies, can they come and say something? All right. You understand? So that you call the name.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to resume. The minister is entering the building in the next few seconds. I'd like to ask the representatives of each CSO to just come and be seated on this far right table over there so that you are much closer to the stage when we call on you one by one. Ne? And I'd like to call on everybody to please settle down. The 9 representatives from each CSO who is going to give a presentation, all 9 of you, if you may kindly be seated on this table to your right. As swiftly as possible, please, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Chuso Mutau, Mr. Sipho Geo, Ms. Makosazana Sambo, Mr. Prince Huerana, Mr. Vuyolwe 2%, Mrs. Lerato Mweng, Mrs. Pumzile Ntuli, Ms. Tulufelo Mweng, Mr. Vincent Musebe. All of you, if you can kindly make your way to this table. Yes, please. And if we can all kindly be seated and settle down as the minister has just entered the building, and we are about to continue with the program. Now, as we do, DJ, do the right thing. Ay, la, 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 la. Ay, 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 ay. Sithi nje ukugijimisa igazi nje kancane nje. Shake umzimba. Ay, minister, lihlolwa ke minister. DJ, volume, 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 volume. Come on, come on, come on. Hey, hey. Deputy Minister. Come on. Oh, man. Minister Tolashe. Hey, hey, hey. Ngeke nihlulo minister. Dlala minister, dlala minister. Awudlala minister. Hey, hey, hey. Ra, 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 ra. Hey. Eastern Cape, nikuphi na? Gauteng, nikuphi na? Hey, Northern Cape, nikhona? Western Cape, nikhona? Limpopo. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Dlala minister, man. Hey. Oh, thank you, DJ. Woo! We just had to yes, kuthumale kancane ne. Nisase right lapho. I'm not convinced. Nisase right lapho. Le right mo. All right, rakaqhubeka. All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We can settle down and welcome once again to this two-day civil society ministerial conference. And I'd like to warmly welcome Deputy Minister. Thank you so much for gracing us with your presence. And then, whoo, yeah, ke re fela just to catch my breath, eh? Ke bona ha lor ke qenne khale ko gym. Okay. All right, so the theme of this conference is positioning the National Development Agency as a thought leader in poverty eradication and amplifying the role of civil society organizations as drivers of sustainable community development. A round of applause for that. Remember the hashtags NDA CSO Conference 2025. Keep those conversations going. Hashtag at war with poverty. Now, before we continue, just to remind you of the handles on Instagram, it's at NDA_RSA. On Facebook, it's National Development Agency, NDA. It's time now for your testimonials. Are you ready? I know the minister is particularly excited about this part because this day is all about you. Sizelana because of you. And we thank you all for your presence here. All right, I'd like to firstly call upon, here are the rules. Each speaker gets 10 minutes to give their testimonial. If you see me raise my hand, it means chaile. Ne? Because I don't want to interrupt by saying 30 seconds, 10 seconds. No, no, no. But when you see me stand up and raise my hand, it's time to cut, stop. All right, first up from Gauteng, Ms. Thuso Mutaung from iPad TS33 Cooperative. A round of applause for her, please. Yebo, 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 yebo.
Dumelang. Le kae? Awa re teng. Ke kopa ho bua Setswana. Awa ke a leboga. Ke rata ho dumedisa the minister. Baeng ba rona ba ba tlileng kajeno. All the exhibitors at the back and everyone attending to this prestigious event. I am in Mopele Halona ki Thuso Motau, ke tlhakele kwa Ga-Rankuwa Zone 15 Industrial Site. I'm representing Ga-Rankuwa. Ereke starte go bua ka my journey into the business environment and how I came about meeting the National Development Agency. Company ya rona e startile ka 2014. E startile under the initiative called the Tepo 10,000 at the time. That project was run by the city of Tshwane. It organized gather up the youth at the time. So around 2014, I was still youth. I was so interested in the project because the project in employment. And it was at that project when we were introduced to the National Development Agency. And what they did when they came to our factory, we are running a factory at the side of Ga-Rankuwa, refuel training, and we were capacitated by the National Development Agency. And from then onwards, we started running a business. Then NDA came back, babona the business, ebe ba re fa funding. So business ya rona e etsang, rona re collecta used cooking oil mo Ga-Rankuwa, re isa ko the factory, re purifier, ha re fetsa re collecta hape le animal fats from local butcheries. These are all the waste material that are coming from the township because honale an influx ya the food businesses due to unemployment. So people are dumping this used oil literally on the ground. So we came up and we saw the problem. We take that used oil, ra enka re isa ko factory, ra e tlhatswa, and then re turn into useful products like cleaning products. Rira green bar soap ka yona, rira yo glycerin soaps ka yona, rira di biological cleaning products ka yona. So the NDA came in and they loved the concept and they injected funding for the business. And from then on, from there, that moment on, we just ran. We started collecting more and more used oil. Today, Renale a database of about 300 local food businesses that are giving us used cooking oil for free. Today, we have employed about 10 permanent people and three temporary people whom we call our recyclers champions. These are the guys that goes into the township and collect this oil. That's why we call them champions. So, Eric Rata this opportunity to thank the National Development Agency for recognizing the business. We are called green entrepreneurs in our space. So being a green entrepreneur is quite difficult to be funded because people don't really understand your concept. Or how can you take used cooking oil, turn it into soap? So people don't really bet on us. But really, the National Development Agency did that on us. And we are here today. We are the beneficiary. We are the custodian of the National Development Agency. And to that, I would like to say, halala, NDA, go on and change the lives of ordinary people. Thank you.
Wonderful. Powerful. Inspiring. I know even the Baba Ambassador from the YouTube live stream are also inspired, even though they can't be physically present in this room. Up next, and well done on keeping the time, by the way. Up next, from the Eastern Cape, Mr. Tembekile Kanise from the Catholic Development Center. Ra, 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 ra!
Abasalanana,
Nabo,
abasalanana, indatindi nabo, abasalanana, indatindi nabo, abasalanana, abasalanana, abasalanana. Bopa.
Bo Pakaba, yo. Honorable Minister of the Department of Social Development, Mama Sisisi Tolashe Mangwanya. Mandikahlele. And also the Deputy Minister Hendricks. Nago and Yakashela. I will also say now, all protocol observed. Of course, I can never stop saying, Babunila Basa Eastern Cape, Indizalana Navo, Balap. Every day, Minister, civil societies, in particular NPOs, pray for a session like this, where our government, our politicians, give themselves time to listen. Bacho, bayiminishe lonto. When such events are held, CSO2 gemos, and then become worried, will the outcomes be actioned? Catholic Development Center has been one of the consistent partners of the National Development Agency as early as 1998, when it was still known as the Transitional National Development Trust. Some of the key projects that we have partnered in are capacity building of emerging non-profit organizations, or CBOs. We supported the transition from voluntary associations which were not legally registered and relied on common law to what now we know as the non-profit organizations under the NPO Act. Catholic Development Center provided governance training and leadership development, whilst the National Development Agency facilitated basic financial management. When the Marikana incident happened in 2013, OR Tambo district was one of the much affected areas. Families of the bereaved mine workers complained of hunger and poverty now that their breadwinners were no more. Yanga imiphefumulo yabo ingaphumla ngona phakade. The National Development Agency, in partnership with the Catholic Development Center, intervened. The partnership profiled affected families, gave skills training organic farming practices, start-up support for vegetable production, support them with markets and skills in marketing. Youth were employed to provide additional labor for targeted families. The project was monitored over a period of 2 years. Yayenza loo nto. During COVID-19, again, the National Development Agency and CDC partnered to create short-term employment for 20 young people. The youth provided communities with information about COVID-19, provided marshalling during community gatherings, supported with sustainable and sanitation and wearing of masks. Post-COVID-19, the volunteers supported the rollout of the Social Relief of Distress Grant, especially registrations and follow-up on the challenges encountered. And funi sikhumbuzane ke nge-COVID-19 kwakukubi ngoko. Recently, we partnered in 2 projects, namely addressing malnutrition in the OR Tambo district, ebekuthiwa Yondele, Eastern Cape, and addressing the challenges faced by early childhood development. Over 150 families received food parcels. Now we provided groceries. There's food parcels, we provided the groceries. Food was given to the families for a period of over 6 months. Some 300 children also received special nutritious porridge. NDA organized that porridge, and we distributed, having conducted IMWAC measurements. The ECD project was joined by the King Sabata Dalingebo local municipality. Ibonisa into okokuba no masipala can partner in making things happen. They identified the wards where we are going to operate and the ECD centers. The partnership renovated dilapidated structures, constructed outdoor equipment, and provided educational material for learners and teaching aid for practitioners. One thing that I and CDC noticed, Madam Minister, and the NDA contributions were very small. Do you get that? Were small amounts, but expecting huge results. CDC had also to contribute, but this showed that NDA resources were very limited. Isenjalo nangoku. Honorable Minister, the partnerships with NDA have been successful and to the point. I know many NPOs, Sazawuteta, Ezinye App, and cooperatives have benefited in the partnership with NDA. NDA can continue with this responsibility. They are good in monitoring and also ensuring work is done. Ilento bayithethayo bathi they want to be more than partners ngoku bazaba hands on. I think ithetha lento babeyenza kwakudala. But they are very poorly resourced. Andizanga kuzothethelela bona, but they are poorly resourced. The Eastern Cape province, like the rest of South Africa, is faced with unemployment and poverty. Through NPOs, the NDA created employment and can still do so. The employment opportunities created much needed relief to families and contributed to poverty reduction. NDA must be given the opportunity to lead poverty reduction strategies. This will help government to realize their projects. NDA will also, in partnership with other CSOs, reach community levels. Into endifuna siyiqonde i-NPOs or i-civil society, says ngabaqeshi ngoku. If the day kuyekwa ukuncediswana nazo, South Africa will face a catastrophe because a lot of people will be unemployed. The Eastern Cape also is faced with illiteracy levels that are very low, and this poses a great danger to the existence of civil society organizations. People start NPOs and cooperatives, but do not know how to make them effective and viable. Most people lack real skills and knowledge. This is a capacity gap for governance, planning, operationalizing, and accountability. These gaps limit visible impact of CSOs and their collective contribution to the society. Ndiyazi into okokuba kusoloko kuthethwa ngale nto yokokuba hayi adherence and all that. Sisathi, how do we do adherence when unozamile exakwe ukwenza izinto zakhe nokujonga kwayila maphepha kwa i-constitution uya-interpretela. So we need u-NDA to make sure that as capacity gaps are sealed. I was pleased that your department developed a monitoring model for NPOs. This is a good strategy. I urge that it must be rolled out, for NDA must also do mentoring as well as coaching. In conclusion, I am aware that you are guided by legislation. The National Development Agency Act 108 of 1998, as amended, places a burden on you and NDA. The primary object is, I quote, to contribute towards eradication of poverty and its causes to granting funds to civil society organizations for the purpose of, I have noticed just one, carrying out projects and programs that aim at meeting development needs of the poor communities. This empowerment needs you to lobby Treasury to resource NDA so that she is able to grant us funds. It empowers you to lobby business and other governments other than the South African government, not to fund NDA in order for her to grant ECSOs. I know and trust that you will achieve this. Hence, I'm pleased that the Indaba, where we give testimonies of what NDA has already done, make NDA your legacy project. Resource her and make her functional and effective so that together with CSOs, we rid South Africa of poverty, hunger, unemployment, and inequalities. It is possible, and you must mean that. Thank you.
Enkosi kakhulu tata. Ndilibele ukukuxelela ukuba ndingumakoti wenu. Yebo. Ndichatshele apho e-Eastern Cape. Kwamampondo, apha Mampondo. All right. All right, moving on to the next speaker now. From Mpumalanga, Miss, and thank you for honoring the time. Thank you so much. I'm so impressed. Abazange bambona,
Abazange bayibone, abazange bayibone, abazange bayibone.
Mpumalanga
Abazingaziyo, abazange bayibone. Mpumalanga le, ababaziyo, abazange bayibone.
Bopa. All right. From Mpumalanga, Miss Makosazana Sambo from Ikwezi Poultry and Agriculture Primary Cooperative. Thank you very much. Over to you, ma'am.
Sanibonani. Ngisanza kubingelela baphathi bethu le office la minister ne tikhulu tonke te NDA leti si invite seta la kulomcimbi. Nawo wonke ma-CSOs la khona la ngiyanibingelela. Ligama lami njengoba bashilo nguMakhosazana Sambo, ngibuya eMpumalanga. I-project i-business cooperative lekuyi Ikwezi Vegetable and Poultry Farming Cooperative. Siqale i-business yethu ye 2000 kwathi asinathi into tokusebenta sacala sagawula sivula lihlathi ngetandla sisebenzisa bobhusha. Then kwathi year 2001 sacala sahlanyela ama vegetables singenandzawo yekuwabeka. Sasilima ama butternut, matamati, green pepper, onion, karela, cabbages nalokunye. Besigcina ama vegetables wethu under the tree. Siwapackagele khona, siwayise timakethe ngekuhlukahlukana. Timakethe ngaleso sikhathi lebesinato besine Spar, ne Boxer, then a local market. Then sabona ukuthi kunzima kusebenta uma ngabe singakayiregister i-cooperative yethu. Sase siyayiregister 2010. Yathi nayiregistiwe sase si-search ama-funds. Sahamba sa NDA sa-applya kuye. Kwathi 2012 NDA was funda. Ngekubona ukuthi siyasebenta sondla sive. NDA imali lasifunde ngayo 2012 it was 2,344,000 rand. Leyo mali yebeye kwakha i-pack house, office block, cool storage, conveyor belt and a bakkie. Le bakkie beye kuthwala lo mthwalo sambe so deliver etitolo. And NDA wasisita kangangoba sakwati ku-extenda ma-market wethu. Sase sikhona kuthola i-Pick n Pay, National Spars, bese sina more than 5 ma-Spars nationally. Food Lovers Market, Boxer, Johannesburg City Deep Market, bese kutama truck atothwala efarm. Nelspruit Market and the Durban Market. In 2016, Ikwezi was added the land because uchief wethu wabona ukuthi siyasebenta wase usedela umhlaba besina 16 hectares, chief was edela 37 on top of the 16. Then in total number of hectares 53 hectares lesinawo manje. My challenges lesibe nawo eKwezi, I was involved in an accident 2013 ngaba coma for 3 weeks. Then kwathola ukuthi i-team lebenginayo yasala yasebenta because besina 30 permanent workers and 40 casuals ngaleso sikhathi. Then lenye challenge leye yasiphazamisa i-COVID kufika kwayo sekwema umsebenzi wonke ngoba kwathiwa kusetshenzwa. Then kwakosa sibe nema-permit and leyo process ukuthi uthole ama-permit ukuthi nikhona kusebenta ngoba silayisha abantu baye emsebentini kwasithatha sikhashana but sagcina sikhonile kodwa yasilimata vele yawulimata umsebenzi wethu. Ne-climate change ibe seyasiphazamisa ngoba sithe nasilimile uthi na ubuke ukuthi next week niyacala kuvuna kufike imvula lenkulu iwashe konke kube ne-flood. Then sibe ne-challenge lenye ye-theft bangene ba-vandalize after COVID vele saba ne-challenge lenkulu ngoba abantu bese bangena basitshontshele maphayiphi ba-vandalize i-pack houses nema-cool room. Lama-cool room batshontshele emishini yakhona. Then sase sibona ukuthi sine-challenge because 2019 sa-applya i-funding from IDC ne-DTIC. Then bas-approve 2019. Kwathi 2023 kwathola ukuthi asikhona unlocka le funding. 2023 sacela i-NDA ukuthi isite sasicele 1.5 million ukuthi sitawuphinze extend nekuhlanyela ama vegetables Kwathola ukuthi hayi ibudget yabo yaba incanyana bakhona kusinika 319,000 ukuthi si-unlock le funding yaka DTI ne IDC. Then asakhona ngakuyilokha because of my problems community bekwasala le CP community le community resolution then yagcina ingakendeki sahluleka vele sayiluza nale funding yekwakha ema greenhouses for 5 hectares 30 hectares for net housing ukuthi siproduce under the net shed. Then sa decide as a cooperative ukuthi no man asizameni ukubuka lenye indlela yoku secure funding ukuze sikwadi ukuthi sibuyele back on track ku farming yethu. Kuthe 2023 sa approach iRCL lokuyi TSB then sakhona kuthola imali lenganga 2 million ukuthi si develop ifarm yethu. Kule 2 million was a grant for 60%, 40% loan. Then we have managed to harvest sugar cane ngoba sihlanyelile sugar cane 20 hectares. Sakhona kuvuna sivunile last year i-turnover yethu ibe 2 million. Then sikhonile kubhadala back lesikweleti sa TSB. Then manje nasichubeka sisebenza siva apply lenye indzawo asifuna kuma. Then kuthe last year sa apply ku Land Bank because umhlaba wethu mkhulu so 53 hectares. Saphinze sa apply basi approvela for 20 hectares kuhlanyela umoba futhi. Then bas approvele kuhlanyela umoba nokuthenga a new farm lese Komati Port. Then bas approvele kuhlanyela umoba 20 hectares nekuthenga ifarm. Le farm sifuna ukuthi sibuyele sende le project yethu ema greenhouses because ma greenhouses now lima khona uproduce a good quality loto khona ku supplier ku Woolworths neku export market. Then NDA for capacity building is trainer for business management ne financial management. Iphindze assista ukuthi sikwadi kusita labanye ama pharmacies besiba mentorisha ama pharmacies la around inkomazi. Then monitoring and evaluation NDA monitoring us yasita ngokuthi icheck ukuthi sisebenzele kahle sikhonile kusebenzisa kahle imali. Then bese babuka futhi ukuthi ma challenges wethu yini. Then we're helping us kusilinka nalamanye ama funders njobe ngishito ukuthi basinikete lamanye ama funders lapho sesi applyele lenye funding khona. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga NDA, siyabonga Department of Social Development. All right. Ririnko nje ndima dekwana. Riperile. No, not the right time of day. Okay, ndima dekwana. All right. Up next, I think I've given you a hint, ne? I'd like to call on from Limpopo, Mr. Prince Huerana from the Chilimangana Agricultural Cooperative. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Limpopo way.
Okay. Oh, all right.
Can we please put up Mr. Prince's slide in the meantime? Siyabonga. Can we get?
Thank you, thank you. The compare slide, Jachiri Maganga, may you please upload the slide?
Please, can we upload Mr. Prince's slide? Do we have his slide?
Yes, I sent it. Yeah.
You don't have his slide?
Don't you have it?
All right, maybe my suggestion, can I swap you so that we can fix the slide? We wouldn't want to take away from your well-prepared presentation. Thank you, Ntate. Thank you so much. All right, can we help him, please, to sort out the matter? Thank you very much. And now, as we move on to the Northern Cape, just a reminder to continue. You see, I'm loving the spirit of, I mean, you are all professionals. So 110 minutes, you really took it literally. I mean, I haven't even once had to stop anybody. Okay, let's keep that going. From the Northern Cape, Mr. Vuyolwe, 2%. From the Mtla Koloni, please come on stage. Thank you. Ra, 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 ra. Ay! Yee, yee.
First of all, let me greet our Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, and let me say protocol observed. I'm from Northern Cape, Mtla Koloni, a farming cooperative, Umsobomvu Bright Life Youth Center. Umsobomvu Bright Life Youth Center is an organization for youth development that is in Northern Cape in a small town called Noport. It was established in 2019. We mostly facilitate programs to capacitate and upskill youth in all areas through planned programs. Our organization aspiration come from the community programs that seek to eradicate poverty, but mostly also to transform our communities to participate in the country's economy. As UBLYC, we've got program benefits that we undertaken this time, skills program under NVC, end user computer, and financial literacy, when 90 youth beneficiaries were placed. We managed to create 3 burial society cooperatives. We are now currently busy with the postgraduate host employers for youth in Northern Cape in 3 different districts, which is Pixley Kaseme, JTG, and Francis Bart. 50 youth will be placed in different departments and different sectors. We are also busy with the waste management for 150 beneficiaries, environment management for 100 beneficiaries, which are youth. All these beneficiaries will be formed into waste management and environmental management cooperatives. 250 opportunities are brought to Northern Cape. We also got a recognized prior learning program on municipal property assessor program in Northern Cape, where 100 beneficiaries will be taken through the training and have the qualification for the scarce skill of property assessor in Northern Cape. In all these programs, we are partnering or working together with National Cooperative Association of South Africa and CASA. As UABLYC, we are currently working towards a goal to ensure that the poverty eradication programs are sustainable and they are kept and they are known. In 2019, UBLYC was invited to a workshop on governance by NDA in Colesberg. Then in 2024 April, the recommunication was done through Ms. Jiga and Mr. Bupape from NDA. Out of that, we managed to form a community-owned enterprise called Mtlakoloni Farming Cooperative, which is a poultry project. 13 beneficiaries are trained and form into a cooperative. In this process of Mtlakoloni, we are working hand in glove with SIDFA as our partner in support. We are proud recipients of Chinese Network for International Exchange, which is CNIE, which they funded us this year for a food security initiative. In this initiative, we are proud to say that beneficiaries of Nopwood already see the light through the cooperative. Thank you.
One little Dima sound. DJ, pump it up. Come on now. That's more like it. Wonderful. Thank you so much. All right. Kilebile Ntati. Let's try this again. Dimasiari. Dimasiari Limpopo. Okay, so as we welcome back onto the platform, Mr. Prince Kwerana from the Chilimanangana Agricultural Cooperative from Limpopo.
Let me start by saying Ndimasiari watu wote. Wow, it's not sounding. Ndimasiari watu wote. Thank you. My name is Prince Kwerana. I'm here to give the very sad and nice testimonial of Chirimagana. But before I go on, I would like to say to everyone, all the dignitaries, all protocol observed in the management of time. Chirimagana Agricultural Cooperative is a cooperative which is found in Zvigodini village, in a very deep rural area, about 112 kilometers from the nearest town, which is Thohoyandou. And then it is about only 35 kilometers from the village to the border, the Beit Bridge. Of course, that I'm saying to show you that it is in a very deep rural area. Then, Chirimagana Agricultural Cooperative, I'm going to the background of the cooperative. Next slide, please. Chirimagana Agricultural Cooperative was initiated on the year 2010 and was registered as a legal entity on the year 2011. The cooperative has acquired a loan of 30,000 rand from NERPO. NERPO means National Emerging Red Meat Producers Organization. That money was used to drill and equip a 55-meter borehole and purchasing the 2,200-liter water tank, 6 kilowatts generator, 100-meter by 32-millimeter water pipe by then. Continue to another slide, please. The organization had only one employee by then, 2011, 2012, and only half a hectare was planted sweet potato, spinach, and beetroot before the NDA came in. The primary goal of Chirimagana Agricultural Cooperative is still to eradicate, I don't want to use the word alleviate because I heard Ms. Bengu talked about alleviate. Eradicate poverty in the rural village by creating more job opportunities and food security through agribusiness. In this tough time, let me tell you guys, most of the government department was denying to assist Chirimaganga because it was in the very deep rural area, not knowing that it will be a very flying cooperative. I'm calling it's an undying cooperative. The cooperative has 5 members, 18 permanent employees now, and 120 seasonal workers as we are talking. Now we are going to the story of Chirimaganga and the NDA. Chirimaganga Agricultural Cooperative and the National Development Agency, bullet number 1. Next slide, I think you've gone on it. On the year 2013, the NDA came on board with full support to the cooperative. We met the NDA through the internet, and only one call, the NDA came to visit the cooperative. NDA has procured 2 10,000 liters tank, full package of irrigation system, building an office, storeroom, ablution block for the cooperative. When the NDA met us, we were using donkeys for plowing, bush carts as fence, furrow irrigation in the sandy soil. Office was under the Murula tree. Right, next slide please, which is written below is the pictures. Are you there, ne? Right, below is the pictures to illustrate where the NDA took us from. Indeed, the slogan for NDA says, you unlock the potential. Of course, in Chirimaganga, you did unlock the potentials. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. If you can look on my left, or it might be on your left, there is a small Nyana tank, which is on top of the wood. That was before the NDA. When NDA came in, they bought us 2 10,000 water tanks. You can check down there. There is a very green, nice spinach. And there is me talking to the phone to the customers. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. On the left, you will see 2 boys. They are cultivating the land with donkeys. But the NDA came, and we did express what we are doing. We told them everything, our challenges. They decided to buy us a tractor, a working horse, Landini Solis 90 4x4. The NDA indeed is an unlocking potentials. Next slide, please. There on the left, there is a spinach which is irrigated by furrow irrigation. There is a smaller Nyana pipe over there, which is irrigating the spinach. On the right, you will see the workers working, packaging the spinach, loading the spinach on the wagon to go and sell the spinach. There is a workers who are in the full uniform. Next slide, please. I knew that with the pictures, you will quickly catch what I'm saying. Not so, guys. Yes, thank you. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Donkey wagon was used as a mode of transport. Then the NDA, because they are the potential unlocker, they bought us an H100 Hyundai. That one on the right-hand side. Next slide, please. On the left, you will see the smallanyana tomatoes, which are very poor in growing. On the right, you will see the tomatoes. There is me on top of near tomatoes there. We were loading those tomatoes for Tiger Brands. You eating tomato sauce, it's from me. Next slide, please. On the right, you will see, on the left, you will see me. Wow. Back already. On top, go up a little bit. Yes, there. Right, on the left, that's me. Applying the pesticides for smallanyana spinach, you see. That we were irrigating with furrow irrigation. But on the right, you will see that tractor has a boom sprayer that we spray 10 hectares of land that we were planting tomatoes. That's all from the NDA unlocking potential, as they say on their slogan. Next slide, please. That written recent market. Thank you. On the market, the organization supply okra to Johannesburg market, chilies to Johannesburg market, tomatoes supplied to Tiger Brands and All Joy. You are my beneficiaries. You all belong to agriculture. Vegetables supplied to Thoyando, Spa and Pick and Pay, JHP market and locally. Butternut supplied to school nutrition for school children for that program, feeding scheme. Let's go on, expansion. Chilimagana Cooperative extended its activities by breeding. Next slide, please. Sorry. Chilimagana has extended its activities by breeding and rearing small stock, goats, sheep, pigs. Recently, we have 60 sheep, 83 goats, and 160 pigs. Let me tell you another thing by this. This was not funded by anyone. It's from the income generation that we were doing as Chilimagana. Then we decided to expand the cooperative to buy goats, Kalahari Reds and Boer goat, pig, Duroc, large white, and landrace. That we are doing recently. Let's go down there. Another slide. You will see the okra. Believe you me, if you have got sugar, diabetes, and everything, okra is the very best thing. Go down there. There is okra supplied to Johannesburg market. There is tomatoes. Goes to slide by slide. Slide by slide. There is tomatoes to All Joy and Tiger Brands. There is tomatoes, and then there is Boer goats. Go down to show them the goats. Go down to show them the pigs also. Go down. Those are the pigs from Chilimagana. And we train a lot of cooperative, and we registered another training facility, which is called the Golden Key Agricultural Consulting. We used to train other farmers and we mentor them. And then the NDA has helped us a lot. Let's go to the last slide, which says in Dipezangauri, in farming we all survive. Kabalezerina Mtakaro, Ndolibuwa.
Wow. Wow. Yes. Halala. Chilimagana, halala. Halala. Pambili, go NDA, Pambili. Pambili, Department of Social Development, Pambili. If that is not true development, I don't know what is. Yo, all right. On to our next presenter now. From Freystata, Likokai. Mrs. Lerato Mweng, Bato Balerato, NPO, please come on up.
ka diketso o mo shebile. Ha e le mo ba re o mmona ka diketso o mo shebile. Ha e le mo thank you. Thank you very much, Program Director. All protocol observed. We are very happy to be here as the CSOs, especially from the Free Province, the Free State. I'm Lerato from Batuba Lerato. It's an advice center. Before we met NDA, we were only doing the campaigns, the workshops around the area of Tabanchu, just doing the human rights awareness around the community where we are working. Then I would say at the right time, we met NDA. We were invited at one of the capacity building workshops that they provided to CSOs in the province. So we were capacitated. After that capacity building workshop, it really unlocked, the potential that is within the Batuba Lerato in the province. Because now we were able to tell the story of what is happening within the area where we were operating. So from that capacity building, we were able to write the proposals to the potential funders that they had the story of the work that we do, that we want to do within the communities where we are working. So I think after they capacitated us, after 2 years, there was a call for proposal, the CARA funding. So we applied and successfully we got the funding. And then that funding to us, it was really a blessing to the organization. When we were going out to the communities, the strategy that we were using, it was each and every awareness, each and every workshop that we were facilitating within the communities, it was a must that we must have somebody, a nurse from a local clinic for the community that would be going to give the information about the human rights, because the target was women, the issue of GBV. And then it was a must that we must have an area social worker for that area. So when we were doing the information session, that's where we really understood the challenges of women within the area. And then that's where at the same time we realized, even though there were challenges, but the potential of women around the community where we are. And we were able to identify that there are already resources around. They just need us as women to come together and then sit and then mobilize whatever that we have and then locate each and every person within the skill or the gift that everyone has. So after that funding, when it was, we finished and then we did the reporting and everything. After the identification of survivors, after that, the CARA funding project, because of the increased knowledge of survivors, of women on their human rights, we sat down as an organization that it means that there's a need to improve the livelihood of the women around. So we applied to different funders. We collaborated with the other bigger organizations just to go and then give the report that we managed to collect through the funding that we got through the CARA. The report that we had, we shared it even with the bigger organizations. And then the aim was to share that report, and at the same time, then the proposal would follow. Or this is the mitigation that we are thinking of that it can do in the community. So from that, after that project, after that collaboration with different stakeholders and the bigger organizations, we managed or we secured the partnership with the University of the Free State that presently we are working with them. They come to our organization on a monthly basis. They come, we communicate the cases that we identify within the communities, and then we give them to assist women, legally with all the cases to be assisted. But it didn't end there. We even applied to somebody, because what we have realized is one of the challenges that, or the contributing factors in the issue of GBV, it's the issue of, unemployment. Even if the people that can get the information, they can know their rights, but the real challenge of not having your own income, it really, still stands with a person. So we applied, and then we managed to get funding from one of the funders. So we managed to employ only women, 100 women, in Botshabelo, in Tabanchu, and Bloemfontein, in the area where the hotspot, there's a hotspot in Bloemfontein. So we employed the women. So it's 100 women that are getting the monthly income, at least. And these women, on a yearly basis, through the collaboration, through the capacity building that we got from the social development, from the NDA, it assisted us to be able to write, to write the story, to tell the story, to even think beyond, to be, even when we think of how do we sustain this? We have heard the story, and then how do this person develop themselves? So luckily, we got the other partner that supported us. We have 5 women that we supported. We funded them to take the driver's license. They have their driver's license now. So specifically, the focus, it's more on women. We sit down, we would see to each and every person, what are the capabilities that you have? What can you do? But what I've realized since started doing this work together with NDA, it's each and every person, being at school or not, has the potential to do something. So at least 7 women whom we encouraged from the very program, we encouraged to go back to school, and then who had the capacity to at least to finish their matric. So last year we have 7 women that have completed their matric now. They have their matric certificates. And we supported 10 women. We paid fully for their course to become security officers. They have completed their training, and now they are working. So I'm saying this to show that when we go to the community, you would find that as women, you would find us with different backgrounds. But the fact of the matter is, we strive to sit down with each and every one, or within the challenge that you have, there is something that you can do for yourself. So at least it is helping. We are able to unlock through the capacity that we got. And now we have 25 women that are full-timely employed by Batho ba Lerato through the support that we got from the Department of Social Development that are running the soup kitchen from Monday to Friday. So, and I think lastly, because even on education-wise, we strongly felt that we really need to contribute as women. So through the collaboration, through the partnerships that we have done, the University of Northwest assisted us. So far, at least they have trained. We have 6 qualified women that are trained as professionally the paralegals that are working in the local courts. Thank you.
I definitely think we need to start that song from the top and pump it up. Yes. Come on now. Oh, DJ. Sala, oh sala nami, lichoni lilanga. Palamani mo, come on now. Igileko. Listen like a minister. Pamang. Oh man, minister man. Volume, Mr. DJ, volume up. Hey, minister man. Hey! Ay! Oh, sugo bomfikileko. Oh, si mandingadla, mandingasali. Ay! Dala, minister. Woo! We needed that. Round of applause, man. Halala NDA, halala. Halala NDA, halala. All right. Now on to our next presenter here. Please help me welcome from KZN, Mrs. Pumzi Lentuli from the Kalekaya Primary Cooperative. Round of applause.
In that mood, sekusele kancane mangingene, sekusele kancane mangingene, sekusele kancane mangingene, endumisweni sekusele kancane. Sekusele kancane
mandingene,
sekusele kancane
mandingene,
endumisweni ama-millions amaningi asempumalanga province mangingene endumisweni. La.
Animbangiseni. Animbangiseni. Hayi ake sibophe kancane. Yeah. Ake ngibingelele. Ngibingelele abaphathi bami. Ngibingelele MEC wethu. Ngibingelele yonke ipanel ekhona kuze kuyofika ko-CEO. Bonke abakhona ebese ngizobingelela osingabo, o-CSI, o-CSO, osomabhizinisi, omadela kufa, omadindwa imvula, obabeka ukudla etafuleni, amathemba omphakathi. Now mingaphambili uPhumzile Ntuli from KZN under the cooperative Kalekaya Primary Cooperative manufacture school furniture. Kalekaya iqale ngo 2005 1 May ya register ya cooperative i-ownwa abantu besifazane, ama-females. Iqalile ke le cooperative ayigcini ngokumanufacture ifurniture, school furniture, iphinde iwa-renewe amadeski ey'kole. Kuthe emveni kwalokho ngokusondelana sabona ukuthi umsebenzi wethu useasonal kakhulu kwi-Department of-Education, singawu-expanda kanjani umsebenzi wethu. Ilapho-ke uqale ekhaya obe wasubheka kwi-community wathola ukuthi uneland wangena futhi ku-agriculture. Azange siphela amandla singabantu besifazane, sabona ukuthi kuyasebenzeka. Sase sizobuya njengama-cooperative. Uma sishayina kuma-cooperative kunama-principles, kuno-principle number 7 othi concern nge-community yakho. It's lapho-ke uqale ka-cooperative wasushungula i-NPO ewu-Shining Star Community Development. Ku-Shining Star kwenziwani na? Ilapho-ke esibe sesihlangana no-NDA uhambo lwethu. Kwaba ikhole eyodwa wabe engenelela u-NDA. Uthe umefika la kwi-furniture sasine-shortage esasinayo kwi-raw material. Sasinama-order amakhulu esasiwatholile. Saba ne-shortage kuma-assets. Ukwazile u-NDA ukuthi wasithengela wena compressor, wasithengela wena bending machine, wasithengela wena raw material, wasithengela wena pende. Yonke into ongayicabanga ekhipha ideski lomfundi. Emveni kwalokho u-NDA akazange aqoqe izandla. Wabonitha ukuthi senza kanjani. Kuthe emveni kwalokho ngiyanqamlela kwasangena i-COVID. Lapho u-NDA owasifica khona ezomonitha umsebenzi wethu wefurniture. Thina njengoqala ekhaya as u-Shining Star sasiphumile i-COVID ibulala ngoba senza u-agriculture. Abantu besaba ngisho ukuya la kushonwe khona. Ilapho-ke abasifica sihambe sifumigate umuzi nomuzi sithi hlala endlini, khwehlela, ungaphumeli phandle. Wafika u-NDA wathi hayibo, Shining Star niyenza kanjani lento? Sathi siyavolontiya. Wangenelela u-NDA. Wakwazi ukunika ingane insipho yokuthi for 3 months zingene zenza u-door to door. Wabona ukuthi kuyasebenza ku-NDA. Sasebenza ngokuyimisela, sasebenza ko-SASSA, sasebenza ko-post office. So what NDA, hayi, Shining Star is not enough. Sisicela ukuyi-extenda lento. Ithiwa lapho-ke u-Shining Star okwazi futhi ukuthi athathe abantu besifazane, ama-females kanye nama-males, i-youth. Lapho esithathe i-district yonke, saqasha 43 wama-volunteer. NDA wakwazi ukusikhokhelela wona. Ngalokho ukusebenzisana no-NDA sibe nama-achievements amaningi. Uma ukhuluma ubona umama uqala ekhaya eMilana, usukhuluma ngomama osebe nomhlanganiso kuma-award. Wathi imbokoti yazenzela, sathi best cooperative, sathatha in KZN. Sathi amakawakhozi, waqhamuka futhi uqala ekhaya, wathi best cooperative in KwaZulu-Natal. Saphinda futhi saqhamuka kwi-Zululand FM, bathi best community builder in KwaZulu-Natal. Sangama lapho, saqhamuka-ke eyokugcina ukube eye-national. Isihambisana neka-agriculture nemiyezane kaPrima. Lapho-ke esithathe khona eyabantu besifazane i-empowered women ebikade ihostwe uNomzamo Wesibaya kanye ne-Hollywood Foundation. Sibeke i-cooperative ethathe national Sandiza nendondo from Gauteng to KZN. Indondo ihleli kithi. Asizange-ke sime lapho futhi no-NDA. Saqhubeka bazalwane. Lapho ku-NDA othe uma ungenelele sa-expanda sathi one home one garden komama. Akithi phela sesu-Shining Star Community Development. Kodwa sisuka kuphi? Sisuka kuma-cooperative. Ngoba awukwazi ukuhlukanisa i-cooperative ne-NPO. kufanele ubuyisele emphakathini. Ilapho ke thoma eqhamuka uNDA sathola ukuthi sasithi one home one garden kwangena ama-varsity UKZN University of Zululand kwezoba ama-FET kwezoba iMangosuthu onke ama-students enza i-agriculture no-cooperative management ala eqale ekhaya. Kwangihamba lapho uNDA usaqhubeka uthe uma efika ufica omama bagcwele bathe bayasaphatha bayalima benza yonke into. Sathi no, sine shortage skills esowing. Hayi ungenelela uNDA. Ayithunga iqale ekhaya njengoba ningibona nje uNDA. Kwangama lapho ekwazeni kwethu noNDA sinama truck awu2. Sine van, sine tractor. Ngoba phela kufanele uma sesichasiwe kubonakala ukuthi le project iyasebenza. Ayiphili only ama funding kuphela. Nayo kufanele ibeke etafuleni. Sabona ke ukuthi ke izinto zenzeke. Asicinanga lapho. Angithi CNPO kwanomama esibafaka ama license. Omama bangale qale ekhaya bonke bano cotton se driver thina ama truck. Kwangagcina lapho. Kwangagcina lapho. Bayaqhafaza ama-computer. Deep rural area kwankomo zinyu polish emakhaya. Basho ama-computer. Kwangagcina lapho. Bane skills se-painting. Bane skills se-welding. Bane skills se-carpentry. Ungathi ufunani eqale ekhaya. Through uNDA. Laba assets asifike wona. NDA sithi phambili. Niyabona uNDA bazalwane. Bazalwane. uNDA akanabungozi. Asimthathe, thatha lento kwaNDA. Thatha lento. Akanabungozi. Kuphela. Uma kazothi uNDA umekunika imali uyazi ukuthi uhlose ukwenzani kwi-community yakho. Number 2, into esithandayo njengoba senza lama desk ezikole. Akomfana ozongitshela ukuthi desk insimbi uyibhenda kanjani. Upende kumele umixe kanjani. Ithina abantu besifazane esitshela bona ukuthi yenza u1 no2 no3 ngalawo mazwi ngiyabonga.
Viva NDA, viva! Viva NDA, viva! Viva NDA, viva! Phambili ngo-NDA, phambili!
Phambili! Danko! Woo! Wow! All right, coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, siyabonga kakhulu mama, siyabonga kakhulu. Thank you, NDA. All right, coming up next, now we move to the Northwest. Northwest, where are you? Nigo Pilapo. I'd like to welcome Ms. Tulufelo Mueng from Marox Laundry Services. A round of applause. Scale volume, DJ, scale volume. Ungasinqishi. Thank you.
Holy Spirit must come down, and Africa will be saved. The Holy Spirit must come down, and Africa will be saved. Tona e tlotlegang. Tona e tlotlegang, Mama Tolasha. Baeng botlhe ba ba tlotlegang. Bomme le borre ba ba kopaneng fa gompieno. Ke a le dumedisa ka tlotlo mo letsatsing la gompieno. Nna ke Tsholofelo Moeng, ke tswa ko Bokone Bophirima, ko toropong ya Ventersdorp, habo Itumeleng Khune. I'm truly honored to be here today. Ke leboha NDA ka monyetla wa gore be ke le fa gompieno. Go ntsha ganyenyane ka letlamorago la ka. Now I graduated with Tshwane University of Technology. I obtained 2 belts ko teng. I graduated with Northwest University. I have a 1 belt ko teng. Yaanong morago ga go fetsa dithuto tsa ka, it was not easy. Like any other graduate, ha tswa go aloga, I feel like I'm going to the corporate world, ke tlo ba sharp. I sent out countless CVs, but months after months, there were no luck. But then there was a time where I questioned, why didn't I get sekolong? But then I remembered what Oprah Winfrey said. Nothing will happen until you decide. You need to make a decision and then you're going to move forward. And on that day, I started to question my skills, my abilities. I remember ke bakery kuku, cracksari kuku. But then, in a very short period, ka tlelwa ke monahano wa ho tlhatswa washini. Ntse ke le phisinyana yana ba holo ke tlhatswa washini. When we started, ke ile ka founela a friend gore okay, I have an idea. Can we start a laundry together? There was this other one, he was very skeptical. Ibila zanga dikena. Are not in Ventersdorp, you cannot have a laundry here. People are not working here. Forgetting that we have people, babodi nurses, so the traffic officers, those people, they are always busy. And then I said to badulang ka mahara location la rona. We have teachers, I said to badulang ka mahara location la rona. We started with only 1 washing machine, automatic. We had only washing line. So it was not easy. Because when it was raining, it was difficult for us to hang clothes outside. We could not do that. But we kept on going. We kept on giving the best service. And then we kept on making sure that we treat every customer as if this is our only customer. We kept the main thing each and every day. And then the turnaround came. We knocked go NDA. NDA made sure that things will never be the same again for us. After applying, they helped us to purchase dryers. They helped us to purchase washing machines. Where I come from, cable theft, it's normal, we live with it. So they help us with a backup, a generator, Mama. And then we no longer have a problem of water. They help us with water tanks. They help us to get a weighing scale so that we don't stress about our prices. So where we are right now, we were able to move because they help us a lot. We have steam irons. Now we cater for people who have suits, who come to us to say, just steam for us, and they pay for that. And then they helped us with marketing. Radio Motsweding called us for an interview. Times Live called us for an interview because of the National Development Agency. Vuk'uzenzele published our story. Mahikeng Mail published our story. From there, they helped us with training and mentorship. After the help of marketing, hey, clientele, yakupuka. As we are standing here, We are the job creators. Little did I know that when the door where I didn't find a job closed, the door of creating employment will open. So through the help of NDA, our community benefited because we now have opportunities for young people. We are able to create employment, and then we are able to go out there and motivate other young people to know that you will never make it until you fight for it. So in closing, without wasting any time, Rata ho leboha Mama for the opportunity. We would like to thank the National Development Agency under the leadership of Rentlatleng ko Northwest, ga mmogo le bo mme ba ba itshwereng ko Bogaleng ko Northwest University. Mama Dolashi, when we are well catered ko Northwest under the National Development of Agency. Rata le leboha le bone ba re direla the due diligence, ba tseya matsapa to drive all the way ho tla ho rona, gore motivate even more, gore we must not give up. I thank you.
Halala NDA, halala. Halala NDA, halala. All right, Relebohile Mme Tsholofelo, thank you very much for that. Very inspiring indeed. Now on to our last presenter of the day, last but certainly not least, Western Cape, where are you? Help me warmly welcome Mr. Vincent Musebe from Sozo Foundation, Musebe Enterprise. A round of applause for him, please.
Good afternoon to you all. It is an honor and privilege to stand here before all the policymakers, delegates, and special guests. Before I could share my testimony, I would like us to watch and witness some of the great works that the NDA has been doing in the Western Cape. Can you play the video, please?
Igama lami nginguMiriam Phakamile, ngihlala apha eThembalethu eGeorge. Ngilima, ndanikwa indawo yokulima kwisikolo saseTyhologa. Abathi basinceda ngosinike indawo abangayisebenzisiyo. Loo nto leyo iyasinceda kakhulu. Kanti ngoba siye safandwa zezinye iidepartment ezithile, zisinceda kancane kancane, sakwazi noko into yoba siphumelele igadi yethu ibiyiwe. Ngo-2020 sesadibana no-NDA, wasinika ifunding yokuqala. Lo funding yokuqala isincede kakhulu kuba siye sanazo izinto zokusebenza egadini, kuquka ne-pesticide. Loo nto leyo ibangele into yoba igadi yethu ibe ntle ngeyona ndlela, futhi sikwazi nokufumana abantu bosincedisa ekusebenzeni. Kanti ke loo nto leyo iphinde yasinceda kakhulu ngexesha le-COVID. Sikwazile baye basilinka kwilitha labantu. Loo nto leyo isenze sakwazi usapota ii-soup kitchen eziyi-20 apha eThembalethu. Loo nto leyo iyasenza futhi nathi saziva sivuya, saziva sinombulelo ongazenzisiyo kwi-NDA. Kanti kuthe kusenjalo kwakho i-competition ekhoyo yaseGarden Route. Siye sangenelela igadi yethu ngobuhle bayo iye yaphuma phambili. Siyavuya kakhulu kuba sifumene olu ncedo olukhethekileyo. Nolusenze futhi sakwazi ukubeka into phezu kwetafile. Kuba ngoncedo lwe-NDA siyakwazi ukufumana imali, siyakwazi ukubhekisana xa kuphela inyanga, nokwi-stipend esisincumisayo. Kuquka ke nabasincedisayo abasebenzi nabo bayakwazi ukufumana. Sithe enkosi ngeli galelo kwi-NDA. Xa ngento wasinqwelela into yoba aqhubekeke esinceda nangamso.
Hello, I'm Nasit Mafumbula, a member of Imbato Bakery Cooperative since 2024. I'm also a chairperson.
Safumana Safumana funding with Development 1.6 for Ramadan. Each member is 1.6 Nyanga. I'm glad that this year in 2025 Safumana funding NDA 2.3 billion. Was a baker, to Sinaman by 35. Sizoqasha amalungu ayi-23 as a start. Abantu benabo ngoku ngamanye amalungu eBantu Bakery.
Good afternoon, I'm Andre Leibrand, the Lourdes-Spa Small Scale Community.
Ishmael Kingman, LH Blackmorland Cooperative.
Hello, good people. My name is Mr. Mkhulisi Mganga, the chairperson of IY Cooperative.
Ik is André Joos, Queenbos Coop Streetbikes, chairperson.
Hi, I'm Paul Samuels from Nova Park Cooperative, Fishing Cooperative. We are a member of the secondary cooperative, Only Fishing.
I'm Fanke Warner from the Gugulet community, Agyonke Cooperative, Small Scale Cooperative.
Greetings. I'm Faiz Pochenpo from Corkbay Golden Oldies Primary Co-op, and together we are the board of directors of Only Fishers Secondary Cooperative. For over 200 years, traditional fishing communities have harvested a living from the sea. Generation to generation, our fishers have worked these waters with skill, care, and cultural pride. Only Fishers Small Scale Secondary Cooperative was born to honor this legacy and secure its future within the small scale fisheries framework, of course. We united 15 primary cooperatives from across the province under one democratic structure, strengthening our voice, markets, and shared vision for prosperity. Through inclusive governance, cooperative values, and a progressive business model, we are reshaping how small-scale fishers interact with the entire value chain, from harvesting to processing, marketing, and beyond.
The future of our project, or what the funding of NDA did for us, it made it possible for us to buy 2 tunnels. We were able to buy 2 new sewing machines, garden tools and equipment, material and haberdashery. We were able to afford transport. We could buy seeds, and we were able to pay for temporary workers.
Greetings everyone, I'm Kuzita Tandy and I work at Mpasani NPC at the West Coast branch. I'm the operational manager for the Youth Development Program. We were fortunate to receive funding from NDA. Through that funding, we have provided opportunities for 30 entrepreneurs. These entrepreneurs are allocated in City of Cape Town, Khayelitsha, and West Coast District, Municipality. And I thank you.
Good day, I'm Cameron Titus and I am from Natural Queen C, Braid Beauty and Natural Hair Salon. I was part of the Mfasani Entrepreneurial Program, which was funded by the NDA.
The NDA provided funding to purchase a tea bag machine. Tea bag machine was delivered, and since then we have been making tea bags on a regular basis. When we look at our tea journey, we can proudly say produced and packaged in Oudtshoorn, Western Cape, South Africa. We have a local presence and we supply honeybush tea to local spa stores and other outlets, supported by local communities.
My name is Baba Lwambaipeni. Welcome to Abalimbe Zekhaya. Abalimbe Zekhaya is a non-profit organization that has been actively supporting farmers in the Western Cape to produce organic vegetables and herbs. We do this in 5 pillars. We provide training, affordable and accessible resources, market access, infrastructure support, as well as social and organizational development. And this is the Khayelitsha Garden Center. We support farmers by teaching them how to produce organic vegetables and herbs. We've been around for the last 42 years. The impact that our garden centers have in the community is that they are able to get resources at a lower cost than they would get anywhere else. This is a story from one of our beneficiaries. With Inga, when he arrived, he had been involved in a tragic, life-changing accident, which left him handicapped, in a depressed mode. After he joined us and was equipped, training to produce his organic food. This is him now.
Kuyaphilo apha lena yindlela ubomu inyaniso ubufuna inyaniso akubalimi bezekhaya uzawufaka isithole emhlabeni isikhule sikunika ukutya ubufuna ubomu iza kubakhaya kwikhaya lempilo sokubalimi bezekhaya hayi xa ndingena apha ndingena empilweni soze ndingonwabi ayibhatali i-happiness imahala ibe ngase ndingaphetha laa drive liyithile kamapolisa
Ushayivosh.
ndivele ndiphile nxa ndingena kubalimi bezekhaya ubufuna ukuphila engqondweni ufuna uba nethemba ufuna uvuseleka ukholo izolima izofunda ababalimi hayi ndithule.
This is what drives us as an organization, seeing people's lives transformed. Through partners like NTA, we are able to make this possible.
Let's give NDA the hand of applause. My journey, like many youths out there, began in one of the smallest communities in the Western Cape, this community of Vrygrond. It's a community unknown to many, but a community full of social ills such as gangsterism, alcohol, and drug abuse. Most people dream of making it out of the community, but unfortunately, that's a dream that will never materialize for most. Amidst of all those adversities, I found myself with a deep desire for social impact. I've always wanted to impact people's lives in a positive way. Back in 2022, I joined the Soza Foundation. As a volunteer tutor, I was tutoring maths, physics, life science, and engineering to the kids in my community. In 2023, they introduced me to one of their programs, the entrepreneurial program, which was funded by the NDA. The program basically equips the youth with business skills and also guides them on ways how to start their own businesses. And that's how my entrepreneurial journey began, and I founded Mosebi Enterprise, a company that was founded with a mission to make renewable energy affordable and accessible to all, while simultaneously championing environmental sustainability. My journey as an entrepreneur was not one without its own set of challenges. I faced a lot of skepticism, criticism, and a lack of resources proved itself to be one of the major challenges. However, a turning point in my journey came when the NDA had granted access to the Soza Foundation to exhibit at the GEC Plus Africa conference in 2024. At the conference, we became the center of attention when the Honorable Minister of Small Business, Minister Stella Abrams-Dambeni, visited our stand, as well as our chairman here, the chairman of the NDA, also came to give us words of encouragement. Following the conference, we gained a lot of visibility. We were featured in multiple media outlets, including newspapers, magazines, as well as radio interviews. With that came a lot of opportunities, and some of the opportunities led to us winning awards, with our recent award being the award that we won last month. In April, we not only participated, but we proudly represented South Africa in the BRICS Plus Global South Innovation Award, and were fortunate to finish in second place. However, all these wonderful things would not have happened if the NDA had not invested in that entrepreneurial program, which I was fortunate enough to be part of. So you see, like most of you present here, I stand here as a living testament of some of the great things that the government is doing. Because often, we as the youth, we tend to victimize ourselves, point at the government and blame them for everything that is going wrong in the country. We are so focused on the negative things that we tend to overlook and not show appreciation for the things that are actually being done properly, such as the NDA changing many lives in here. So I would like to encourage the youth that may we change that victim mentality and that freebie mentality where we expect everything to just be handed to us on a silver platter. Instead of focusing mostly on problems, I would like us to start looking for solutions and ways to build symbiotic relationships with the government. Because at the end of the day, we are the leaders of tomorrow, and the fate of this nation rests in our hands. I would like to conclude with a question, and this question is not only directed to the youth, but everyone present in this room today. In fact, I would like to direct this question to the entire nation, including our beloved president. What type of future will you build? Before I walk off the stage, I would like to share a short clip that I prepared It basically showcases what Mosebe Enterprise does, its mission and vision, and where we are at the moment.
Let's take it back to where it all began. My story began in Vrygrond, a community full of dreamers yet often overlooked. Growing up in Vrygrond, I've witnessed firsthand the implications and limitations faced by those living in the neighboring communities, where having access to energy is either inconsistent or non-existent. People living in these settlements often tend to use hazardous alternatives such as candlesticks, paraffin lamps, or illegal connections, which are often the main leading causes of settlement fires. These fires do not only destroy property, unfortunately sometimes lives are lost and people's dreams go up in smoke. Instead of being a bystander, I founded Mosebe Enterprise, a company that was founded with a mission to make renewable energy affordable and accessible to all, while simultaneously championing environmental sustainability. Before my journey as an entrepreneur began, I served as a volunteer tutor at the Sozo Foundation, tutoring maths, physics, life science, and engineering to the kids in my community. It was here where I got equipped with the necessary business skills and also the place where I got introduced to the NDA. A turning point in my journey came when the NDA had granted access to the Sozo Foundation to exhibit at the GEC Plus Africa 2024. At the conference, we became the center of attention when the Minister of Small Business came to our stand along with other policymakers from other countries. Following the conference, we gained a lot of exposure through multiple media features. Today, we stand on the edge of scale and we are ready for growth. Those in need of our products have started approaching us, but unfortunately we are unable to cater for them due to the fact that we are limited in terms of resources and manpower. However, we hope the NDA, together with the Small Business Development, can help us secure a dedicated working space, a home to our innovations. This space will not only help us scale, but it will enable us to train and employ our fellow youths. So join us on this journey towards sustainability, because together we can illuminate many communities across South Africa.
Wow. Another round of applause for Vincent. Halala Western Cape, halala. Halala. Halala NDA, halala. All right, so that was the last of our presenters, the last of the testimonials. In a short while, we'll be breaking for lunch. But first, I'd like to call on someone to the stage who is going to help us to introduce one of the most dynamic, one of the most fierce, one of the most courageous ministers of our time. DG, Mr. Peter Nechipale, if you can please come to the stage. Thank you very much. Aye, the DG unane energy. Lemonu champile jwang. That's the energy we need.
Masiari, Aushe, Dumelang. I'll stick only to the Limpopo languages, and that's it. The rest, you'll see for yourself. Our program director, Mas Chava, and Jesopu, Minister of Social Development, that I'm going to be introducing here. DM in absentia, he just left. Chairperson of the NDA board, members of the portfolio committee, I saw two for DSD. Those are the members that ask a lot of questions about you. The NDO board members that are here with us today, Ministers, special advisors, all of them, they are here. HOD, there's HODs that are here, Limpopo and Eastern Cape. DDGs, NDA executive, our VVVIP yourselves, CSOs, NPOs, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. I think after what we have seen, which is an evidence that NDA is a power to be reckoned with on the ground, I think you need to be very happy because we are going to paint South Africa, which color is the rice? Red. I am here to introduce our minister. Sometimes you meet and you are with people here, and you don't know where they come from. Sometimes you take them for granted. Let me also recognize the presence of SASSA. The acting CEO is here. The acting CEO, but you have been introduced, the CEO of NDA is here with the team. I'm going to introduce a person, a leader, stalwart, pioneer, and a very, for us, our mother. Her name is, I'll say it, Nokzola Gladys Dolashe, but she's also known as Sisisi. I don't know where it comes from. She will tell you when she comes here. This leader was born in and raised in Queenstown, in the Eastern Cape. It used to be called the Cape Province. Now it's called Eastern Cape after democracy. She also completed her schooling in that province in Queenstown and the surrounding towns. Her political career commenced in the early age of her life when she was a youth. These are some of the people who never enjoyed youth the way you enjoyed. I saw the grooving and whatever. I don't know where it comes from. When she was a student, she joined the youth movement. And one of the characteristics that I'm told was, you know, the youth in those times, they used to throw a lot of stones to the yellow mellow cars. You know, when the mellow yellow comes, they throw stone and hide behind the 4-room houses in the township. And that was part and part of her fight against apartheid, fight for women and youth. And that was also something that put her in jail. She was imprisoned several times, detained for 5 years in prison. You know how traumatizing the prison is. She was detained in prison. But that imprisonment experience has shaped her into one of the best leaders in the country today. After democracy, she continued in her political area. She's a politician. You know, the chairperson, I think, was introduced. She said, I'm a politician. They are both politicians. He's a politician, but after democracy, she became an NPL, member of the provincial legislature in the Eastern Cape for a long time. She also was elected as ANC Women's League in South Africa. And she also has been a member of the parliament, the national parliament, where she served in different and various committees, which include the Portfolio Committee of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries, Portfolio Committee of Labor, and the Portfolio Committee of Communication. No wonder minister yesterday. And in the same year, she was elected executive mayor of Inokom Gijima local municipality, a mayor in Chris Hani district municipality. She served in many committees as she is a member of the African National Congress. And she also served in the NEC, NWC of the ANC to date. In 2019, she was elected to the National Assembly also, second time, and she was participating in the Standing Committee on Public Accounts and the Committee for the Section 194 inquiry. In 2020, she served as the chairperson of the Ad hoc Committee on the appointment of the Auditor General. And in 2023, she was, due to her work experience, she was appointed as Deputy Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability. After 2024 general election, she was appointed as a Minister of Social Development until today. Remember, she said that you never know tomorrow you will be a minister. She was appointed in 2024 until today when she gave a speech. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all stand up and welcome the Honorable Minister of Social Development, our stalwart. And remember, she is the current president of the Women's League.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Sis Ruth, this thing of introducing people who are not necessarily the most important one for the day is a waste of time. Because the actual important people are those that are seated there. However, thank you very much. To yourself, Program Director, Makoti, very beautiful one. I must salute the chairperson of the board of the NDA, Nozabelo. I call her Nozabelo, it's her name. We call each other that way during those days. However, she's Sis Ruth and the chairperson of the NDA that everybody was speaking about here today. I must also salute one of the co-founders and the former chairperson of NDA, Dr. Mthembu. My principals who are seated there, the members of parliament, especially members of the Portfolio Committee of Social Development. Mrs. Mchweni, nomfundisi uCwabaza. I really must salute them and appreciate them that not only they sit in parliament and ask us questions or difficult questions, they follow us to make sure that the money that we have been given by them does what we said it's going to do. Thank you so much, Mama Mthweni, because sometimes when you speak, we don't seem to be understood of what we are doing, but you have just demonstrated another way of playing oversight over us by being with us in the process of spending the money that is assigned. Not only you are here with us today, Chairperson and honorable guests, they were with us during the time the Post Bank was swapping gold cards to black cards. You remember that chaos where elder people stood in long queues in a very awkward situation with no toilets nor chairs. These two members did not just sit in Parliament and ask us questions. They followed us to come and make sure that those elder women and men who stood in those queues are being well looked after. They are being provided with chairs and water once they were playing their own oversight. Thank you so much, Mama Msweni and Dr. Kwabaza. Of course, our Director General of the Department of Social Development, Mr. Nichipale. I must also salute the senior officials that are here that he is leading. The acting CEO of SASSA, a member of the committee, of the family, with her head team, Sian Bingelela. The one who brought us here today, the acting CEO of NTA, Mr. Buthelezi Shenge. Ngiyamsaluta ngoba usithathe lapho besikhona wazosibeka lana. We must appreciate capabilities that are being displayed by people, especially within a very short space of time. When we came, all of us, after 2024 elections, we found Sis Ruth, as she was saying, alleging us and crying to say we treated her as a child that does not necessarily belong to the family. We then took a decision to say, whilst you are awaiting for the process to unfold, to identify a permanent CEO of NDA, let's take this young man, very energetic, with all the wisdom and knowledge. Let him go and hold the fort at the NDA whilst we're doing some work. We are very proud to be here today, having been able to really, within a very short space of time, to have this kind of a gathering. Siyabonga kakhulu Shenge. Ngibonge the office yaka minister, especially her advisors that are here today. Sibonge sibulise the leaders and representatives of civil society organization. Abanikazi bomcimbi. Molweni banikazi bomcimbi. Molweni banikazi bomcimbi. Manga babe ningekho ningazange benawo ama-initiative ebeninawo, this meeting was not going to be able to take place. That's why we greet you. Kakhulu kakhulu, our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Chairperson of the board, Mayor Ruth, indeed it is a great sense of pride and honor to be here today. Thank you for leading us to this process of reviving this concept, which has not been there for almost 10 years. By convening this conference, you made us to go back to get to understand why NTA was established and make one of those that are still here, Obaba Mthembu, have a smile in their faces because they are, what they thought was something that will come along and was a dream is now a reality. Thank you so much, Chairperson of the board and your team. I remember vividly when I met with you and the board last year in December, we undertook to intensify exposure of NDA. We also agreed that we must communicate with South Africans about the mandate of the agency. This was one of the cardinal milestones we agreed upon. And today I am pleased to see that working together with board members, the acting CEO, the management, as well as the rest of the NDA collective, we have delivered on this undertaking. We are being alleged as government to take decisions and make commitments that majority of time we don't honor. And this time, we're very proud to say, within a very short space of time, we've been able to honor this one. Convened under the banner of a cause that lies at the heart of our collective national consciousness, the theme is positioning the NDA as a thought leader in poverty eradication and amplifying the role of CSOs as drivers of sustainable community development. Captured both the urgency of our national priorities and the boldness of our aspirations of the 7th administration of government of national unity. Asilandi kude ngoba siyayazi, kodwa kakhulu the fact that we are a government of national unity, a 7th administration, which was established in 2024 around July. We are now coming back to yourselves to say, here we are as NDA and the entire DSD family to come and resuscitate and revive those initiatives that were established at the time, to come and say to ourselves as well, they are still relevant and important. Honorable Program Director, we meet at a time when our government has recommitted itself to tackling the triple challenges of poverty, inequalities, and unemployment. These are not abstract words, as you might know. They are daily realities of multitudes of families in rural areas, townships, informal settlements, and undeserved urban spaces. Chair, the NDA's work is directly aligned with the second pillar of the current government's priorities, which is reducing poverty and addressing the high cost of living. In January this year, I visited some of the projects that the NDA funds in the Western Cape. I know, and because I saw with my eyes what is being done by the young man who was talking to us here today. I was there. I saw it with my 2 eyes. Gone are the days where government money is being put, and when you go back to go and see Mama Mtsweni, you don't find anything. And this time around, what has been said here and the testimony that has been given today, we are part of those that say, indeed, it is happening. Honorable Chairperson and Program Director, over these 2 days, we are going to see, feel, and hear about the impact the NDA grant funding program and capacity building initiative that have benefited a number of CSOs, which are here to listen and hear their voices. Ladies and gentlemen, in Xhosa, I'm a Xhosa speaking, who would say, amaqobokazi nangalala endleleni yazini kunyembelekile. To paraphrase this without losing the rich meaning, it is when women go out to make means to survive. When they do that, you must know things are not so good, which is what I was and was still informed about in the briefing earlier on, that majority of the CSOs here and everybody who participate in this process is either women who have established those CSO and women who are in fact leading those CSOs. It therefore means that without women in this world and this country, we are nothing. Chair, it is by no mistake that this is the case, as the history informs us that the women of this country have always been in touch, torchbearers during difficult circumstances. We say difficult circumstances for the fact that things are not as good as we wanted them to be in 1994. It's a fact that who have not been able to really make sure that we change people's lives where they are for the better, and make sure that in not only eradicating poverty, we make sure that we move our people from grant beneficiaries to be themselves being able to be part of our economy so that they can be independent. And this is for this reason that the NDA shall not at one moment drop the ball to make sure that this task is being performed. All this that I've heard and experienced reminds me about women of 1954 under the banner of the Federation of South African Women, who met at that time and drafted the Women's Charter. And already women stood together because they carried the brunt of all ills in the society, including hunger, which is the case today. These women, and of course men, who came together under very difficult circumstances, did not just come because they had nothing to do, because they've got a responsibility to make sure that they put food on the table, because they themselves are women. So we are appreciating them because balanda umlando wamakhosikazi elizwe ukuthi ithi la lizwe la kuxakeka kungabikho solution, women but women will stand up and bring a solution. We know and accept the fact that at the time they stood together, and where we are, that them in 1954, they stood together and established a document by the name of Women's Charter that influenced a lot the establishment of the 1955 Freedom Charter. And that Freedom Charter further influenced the basis of Bill of Rights in the Constitution, which has helped and guided the democratic government over the last 31 years to provide services to South Africans. This is the redistributive nature that anchored the government approach in fighting poverty. Ichimbali. I thought I must articulate this so that there is no one time when we can sit and idle and not knowing what to do, because those who came before us forever knew that women in the society shall play their role to make sure that they become torchbearers to deal with the social ills that bedevil the country and the society. And once again, this that we're experiencing today does not do anything else except to once again emphasize that. Chair, this phenomenon has and is still the most fundamental responsibility in a democratic government, and this makes us to remember our father of our nation, the first democratically elected president, Utata Nelson Mandela, who once said, I quote, "Overcoming poverty is not an act of charity. It is an act of justice. It is the protection of fundamental human rights, the right to dignity and a decent life." I close quote. And this is why it's all the time we'll make sure that the CSOs, the NPOs, the cooperative will always be part of the family, because without them, there will be no government. Because majority of time, government have got limited infrastructure and resources to make sure that they achieve what is enshrined in the Bill of Rights. By then working closely with the CSOs, NPOs, and everybody who's here, that makes it easy for us to reach and make sure that our society and our people are well looked after by the people that are here today. Manene na manenekazi, let me remind you about the role of the NDA in a changing South Africa. This agency, the National Development Agency, is an entity of government that is established by Act of 108 of 1998. It reports directly to the Minister of Department of Social Development. It holds a unique and strategic position in South African development ecosystem. Its legislative mandate is to contribute to the eradication of poverty and its root causes. It is more vital now than any other time. As it advances this through 4 critical levers, the grant funding that empowers grassroots CSOs, civile upper, the testimonies that were given by those individuals. The capacity building that strengthens institution and unlocks local innovations. Siyibonile apha, siyiboniswa demonstrated live by these people who have created and established those. The partnership facilitation that bridges sectors and unites resources, as well as policy research and advocacy that ensure our approach are evidence-based and impactful. Repositioning the NDA and amplifying SCO's impact. It is therefore significant that this conference is the first of its kind in nearly a decade. And that is not a minor gap. It is underscore how critical this moment is, a moment for renewal, for reflection and repositioning. Meaning, for us to be here today, leave anything, travel long distances, we must make sure that there are meaningful outcomes that people who are left at home are at the end going to benefit. Program Director, this gathering marks the unveiling of a revitalized NDA, one that must become more visible, more effective, and more influential as a national thought leader in poverty eradication. And all those are not negotiable. However, let us be clear, there's no agency, nor department or government can eradicate poverty alone. And that is why we are here, to acknowledge and amplify the role of civil society. This is why in our life, CSO are so important. This is why in our life, we'll forever have sleepless nights if they are not coherent. We'll forever be worried if they are not properly funded. And this initiative, to an extent, seeks to address those. You, our CSOs partners, are the heartbeat of the grassroots transformation. You are the trusted voices in our communities, delivering not just services, but hope, dignity, and lasting change. We are not only implementing partners, you are co-creators of South Africa's development. Working together, we can even bring great hope to the millions of our people. That's you. On the building a capable developmental state through partnership, this conference is about more than policy dialogue. Asizize zanhlanganiso zijwayelekile la kulalwa kuvukwa kukhulunywa isingisi kuhanjwe kuye ekhaya mobuza ukuthi bekuthiwani athi angizwanga kahle athi kodwa bathe bazoyithumela ireport. This one, we wanted to hear from yourselves on your experience on a daily basis in the working relationship that you have with NTA, so that in trying to reshape the NTA, we do that from an informed position. We don't sit in the offices. They are very nice. You would know there are air conditioners there. Our chairs are going round. There are nice cold water there, still or sparkling. You don't know that because you have never been part of. Ours is to go between 9 and 4. And at 4, we will not find us there because our time to work has come to an end. But yours is to make sure that you don't even have to go to sleep sometimes because the response from NTA has not come, whether they are funding or not. And this is why, to ourselves, when we are talking about building a capable developmental state through partnership, this conference is about more than a policy dialogue, as I said. It's also about unlocking new forms of collaboration between the state, civil society, private sector, and international development communities. It is about building the kind of capable, ethical, and developmental state envisioned in the National Development Plan framework. This is also why we are very happy talking about being ethical. We are happy to get this feedback, members of parliament, that indeed the money that we plow through NTA is being recognized, and people are here to say, yes, we know, yes, we received, yes, we did this, however, it fell short. Because the problem that we can have is when the money goes to the people and it never reaches the people, because it sometimes does happen. Zondo Commission told us the story. Honorable Chairperson, our shared successes in eradication poverty depends on mobilizing innovative funding models, embracing evidence-based community-informed solutions, listening to the lived experiences and wisdom of our people, and ensuring transparency and accountability across all levels of implementation. Hayi leli bali uthi akasekho asisamboni wahamba wayekapa bekunguye obo signature wokhupha imali. Saphuma kuleya nkinga ukuthi asisamazi akasekho ngoba nishilo ngokwenu ukuthi not only it is assisting you in funding, but also it empowers you in training you to understand those fundamental issues when you had to carry or look after bigger monies. Chairperson, I'm encouraged and inspired by the board and the leadership that is clear, bold, and focused vision to reposition the NTA as a high-performing, high-impact institution centered on the needs of the most vulnerable. Siyanibonga kakhulu sisinozabele nethimba lakho. As the ministry and the Department of Social Development, we commit to support you, the institution, strengthen it, and make sure that we improve governance systems and service delivery. Championing the agent's effort to build strategic partnerships, including attracting new funding from public and private sectors, and ensuring that the NTA is better enabled administratively and financially to deliver on its critical mandate. This turnaround strategy is not simply an internal reform. It is a strategic investment in South Africa's developmental infrastructure. It positions the NTA to serve as a credible convener, a knowledge leader, and a trusted intermediary to civil society engagement. Honorable Chair and Program Director, I therefore call on all stakeholders that are present here today, fellow departments, donors, CSOs, and development partners to actively support and align with this agenda for institutional renewal. To the NTA executive and the board, you would know that the presidency is driving a poverty eradicating strategy for the country. It is targeting game-changer initiatives that will have impactful results under the pillar of enabling productive livelihoods and social capital and institutional development. The comprehensive presentation by the presidency on the country's anti-poverty strategy is a clear testimony of the government's commitment on creating economic opportunities, providing social safety net, and strengthening the social wage. It is also my view that it presents a great opportunity for NTA to position itself as a catalyst and coordinator of its own implementation. That is acting CEO and the executive of the NTA. Let us ensure they are going to leave this place singing and ensuring that the NTA is taken on board as the game changer for eradicating of poverty in South Africa. Let's therefore get the presidency to allow us to upscale all our programs and ensure that we get funding from government as we engage with the donor funding to augment what we get. I heard the chair of the board crying to say, we are capable, give us more. At the time, I was not so sure. Remember, bengekazwa kahle. Ngibe ngisizwa nje yena athi ufuna mo ngithi asisinozabelo nibaningi angeke sikunike more, nabanye bayafuna. However, DG, I am now convinced that indeed NDA deserves more. The comprehensive presentation by the President, as I said earlier on, is what we must work within. It is also my view that this initiative presents a great opportunity, as I said, for NDA to position itself as a catalyst and coordinator of its implementation. As I already indicated, to the fact that we give now over to the board of NDA as well as the acting CEO to make sure that they drive this process. No one will say the DSD did not know. No one will say the DSD did not cooperate. No one will say DSD did not give. Of course, with the limited resources that we have, remember, we are going through an economy that is not growing and a fiscal that is shrinking. We are still committed regardless. Chairperson, in conclusion, from the conference to commitment, we can't sit here and eat. As women, we do eat and sit, but majority of time, we want to know what's going to happen next. And as such, as we have provided us with all this nice food, you flew us, you brought us into this nice place. Now we must talk and agree what next needs to be done. As we engage over the next 2 days, through presentation, dialogue, and collective reflection, I urge us all to treat this not as a ceremonial event, but as a working platform for coordinated platform action. Let us leave this conference with renewed energy to upscale what works whilst we acknowledge what did not work. Not rhetoric, but what did not work, we must just deal with that and put it aside. Innovation should be the order of the day. New partners that are inclusive, innovative, and empowering, and shared resolved to place both the NTA and the civil society at the center of the South Africa's poverty eradication agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, let us always ask one simple question for every policy, every strategy, and every program. To say, does this improve the lives of our people? Did this conference, is it intending to change the lives of our people? Are we all together here to make sure that we improve the life of our people? And that question must consistently be given an answer. If the answer is yes, then you are walking in the right path. But if the answer is no, then we must know that there's a problem. If the answer is no, we must now know that there's a problem. It means for members of parliament, we have embarked on a fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And for the laws of this country, the PFMA don't allow that. And the acting CEO will have to be liable if there are no outcomes out of this conference. Therefore, it is compulsory for all of us to go back and make sure that we do our part to make sure that whatever little money that was spent, the time that we cannot pay back, especially for yourselves, the people who are coming from CSO, will never be able to pay your time that you spend to come here and sit with us. It is therefore compulsory for us to make sure that the outcomes that will be developed and agreed upon on this conference will be those that will be implemented. In closing, we agreed earlier on, DG advisors and the board, that within no time we'll be going to provinces. We've done the work, we have all agreed. By the time we go home tomorrow, we would know what needs to be done. We exactly understand who is supposed to do what. And as such, we'll meet in the provinces where these projects are and see whether all this that you were talking about is in fact what we will see, touch, and get to realize. Thank you so much, Ndiabulela.
Minister, I'm going to ask you to please stay on the stage. We need you for one more second, and then I am going to call on MP Mtsweni as well as Omama Pengu, the NDA board chairperson, please to join the minister on the stage, please. Thank you. DJ, hit it! Halala, Minister, halala! Halala, Minister, halala! Halala, NDA, halala! Oh, all right. Technical gentlemen, can we get someone to remove the podium, please? Thank you, Mr. Mposwa. All right, let's all stand together. All right, let's get closer to one another. COVID is over, COVID is over. Well, we hope. Okay. Everybody say cheese. Halala, NDA, halala. Kensani? Kensani Mthembi, please, to guide us on lunch, to guide us on the next processes with the breakaway rooms. Can I have Kensani on the stage, please? All right. Halala, Minister Tolashe, halala. All right, you know, as per protocol, nobody speaks after the minister. All I can say is, halala, Minister, halala. Halala, NDA, halala. From me, Master Chaba Mposwa, it's been an honor. I'll see you on day 2. But stick around, let's let the minister exit, and then stick around to find out how food and lunch works and where you need to be for the breakaway sessions. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you very much. I know that this session it stands between you and lunch, so I'll do it very quick. So, colleagues, I want you to listen very carefully because I'm going to make 2 segments, 2 types of announcements. The first one is on lunch. We have tried to separate people to have lunch at different venues so that we are able to manage the numbers and efficiency because we need to move into commissions immediately after lunch. So I'll really ask that we stick to that. At the Lakes one, that's where our dignitaries and officials, not officials, but EXCO and SMT of SASA, DSD, NDA, and other government principals and senior managers are going to Lakes 1. I'm gonna ask, where's my friend Smangaliso to direct exactly where Lakes 1 is. He has left the room. But Lakes 1, yeah, come with me, come. Because you need to say exactly where Lakes 1 is. Smangaliso will tell us exactly where Lakes 1 is, the direction to Lakes 1, and then I'll go to the next one quickly.
Afternoon, everyone. So Lakes 1 is where, as you go out here, when you go down by the class building, the ground floor, that's where Lakes 1 is. And then we have Cielo Restaurant.
Let me go on. And then there's going to be those that are going to main restaurant, the main restaurant and Moroccan. These are people who are staying in this hotel, accommodated in this hotel. Those are going to main restaurant and Moroccan. Those people who are in this, it's because they know that's where they have their dinner and breakfast. And then there is Cielo. Cielo is booked for other people who are not necessarily staying at this restaurant. And Cielo, that's where we have our halal meals. The halal meals are not in all the venues because when we put them in all the venues, people tend to eat the halal. By the time the designated people arrive, there's no longer food. So halal is at Cielo. So I'm gonna ask Ma to direct us where main restaurant is Moroccan and Cielo.
Okay, so main restaurant and Moroccan are by reception side. So as you go out here, you go down to the class building and you go straight. There's reception there. So main restaurant and Moroccan are there. So we have allocated 230 people on that side by main restaurant and Moroccan. And then we have Cielo, which is next to Lakes 1, just here on the class building. So we have allocated 150 people there. And then I think it's everything. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Sma. And then let's move to the commissions in terms of informing you where the commissions are. Can I have next slide, please? These are the breakaway rooms for the commission. Breakaway room 1 for commission 1, which is enhancing the impact of NDA programs, is in with the green colors, your linear green color. You should be here in the main venue. So after lunch, you come back here to the main venue. Those that have the green linear. And then the second breakaway on fostering strategic partnerships and resource mobilization are the yellow coded linears. Yellow coded linears. Those are going to the VIP room. The VIP room is this room here. As you go out on the left, that's the VIP room. They'll be facilitated by Gillian Mahange and Lisedi Pike. Breakaway 3, which is strengthening accountability and feedback mechanisms for CSOs, are the white-coded linears. Those are going to Lakes 1. So Lakes 1, where there is lunch, and then after the lunch, there is a section for the breakaway. And then breakaway 4, which is transforming communities through COEs, are in the conference room. The conference room is by the reception, the main reception of the hotel. We will put NDA banners in all the venues so that you can find it. We really do appeal that you stick to your color code. We know you may be interested in another theme, but for the sake of control and ensuring maximum participation, kindly stick to your color code. We will begin the commissions at, wow, it's 2:45. I nearly said at 3. It means the commissions, let's go back to commissions at 3:30. At 3:30 sharp, let's go back to the commissions. We must start working from around 3:20 so that by 3:30 we are settled, because we still have a long day. Thank you very much. Bon appetit. I nearly said bon voyage. Bon appetit. Thank you.
in. And now without their green lanyards, they're still here because they had decided that we are going to be in this group, the others will be in that group. So if you see people who are not wearing green, don't chase them out. They still belong here. Okay, our group name is going to be decided by yourselves. Ne? Do you know me? I didn't even introduce myself. I just assume, Uguti, you will know my name is Blessed and Highly Favored. Do you want to know who I am? Oh, I hear, please. It's Yolisa Ndima. I'm the provincial manager for NDA in KZN. Okay. Now that you know me, unfortunately, we're such a big group, so I won't ask people to introduce themselves. But what I need for us to do is to then come up with the name of this group. So can we get suggestions from the floor, and then we decide what is the name, so that as the presenters are going to be presenting, our name will be showing up there. In fact, when we are called up to present, we will be called by our name. Okay, can I see hands? There's a hand, the lady in red, and then followed by the gentleman in white and green. Sorry? Teamwork, make dream work. That's the first suggestion. The second suggestion? Impact group, that's second suggestion. The third one, and then we vote. Oh, we will take the third one and the fourth one. Third one and then fourth one. Yes, ma. Destined for distinction is number 3. Community? Community, close the gap. Okay. Now, I didn't memorize them. So, which one are we voting for? For one? Are we voting for one? Let's repeat the first one. Makes dream work. Teamwork makes dream work. That's the first one. Okay. The second one. Second one, impact group. I hope you are writing because I will not remember them. Yeah, saying nabasukulu manje memory. It's impact group. That's the second one. Third one, destined for distinction. That's the third one. Fourth one, community close the gap. Okay. One, are we choosing one? Okay. 2. Adil, are you counting the hands? Please count the hands who are voting. 13. Are you noting 13? Oh, okay, group 3, name for the third group. I mean the third name. The person who even said the third group is not even voting for. Okay, it's 2 people. It's 2 people for group for name 3. Name 4. So we go for name number 4. Yes, name number 4, it is community close the gap. Yes. Community close the gap is our name of the group. No. I said name, I didn't say explanation. The name you gave are self-explanatory. When you say community, close the gap. Civil society, deal with close the, Okay. So are we happy? You voted. I didn't vote. You voted. That was 13. 13, and the ones who voted for this one were 16. There was a confusion. Colleagues, let's quickly, this is the last time now. This is the last time. No.
Oh, okay. There is confusion somewhere, somehow.
what?
Can we write the names down and re-vote? Because other people, they thought they are voting for somebody else's and they vote for somebody else's.
Now, where are we going to write the names?
I think, ladies and gentlemen, the process was fair enough. It was explained to all of us, and we have voted. So I will propose, let's continue democratically. That name, we have got more numbers. So therefore, based on that process, we have to abide with this.
Okay. Ingathi ke iyashaya ivote. Colleagues, asenze lento. Sometimes you go to ipoll ne. Ubone isondo. Ucabanga ukuthi ANC kanti MK. Mase uphuma lapha, you are not given a second chance. Yebo ukuthi hayi bengithi ngivotela iANC. Yebo, so asiyithatheni njalo. Unity. Sisonke. Okay. I know what I'm dealing with blessed and highly favored people. Now, a topic here too, it says maximizing the impact of NDA grant funding and capacity building. Everybody that's here has decided on that topic, hasn't it? So no one will say I voted incorrectly. We're happy. Okay. Adil, I need them to bring up, because I don't want us to be going through backgrounds and whatever. We know why we are here. We discussed them in our caucuses in the province. We understand the theme of the conference. Now we're zooming in, so that siphume simtshele uMinister what we want around this topic. And nikhethwe ngokuthenjwa. The people who said you are going to be here, out of the 16, they chose probably 4 to come and sit here because they knew you understood the topic, right? Ngizwa kodwa yazi. Yazi abantu basaid ngesikhathi bekukhulunywa lapha ama provinces I-vibe bi mhlambi is it about me? Yimi lungena vibe. Ingathi kofuna ngibe ne project nami ngizokhuluma nge-project yami. Okay, the first question that we are going to deal with, let me just explain how we're going to do this thing. We've got 4 questions. We'll talk about the first question, we'll be given time. People will put their hands up, we'll respect each other's comments, each other's feedback. There's no incorrect answer, there's no booing, there's whatever. I need to talk about adults. So we discussed the topic. We finalize the topic. Mr. Adil Suker will tell us when the time is up for the first question. Then he will help us summarize our discussion in terms of what is it that we are deciding as contributions for the first question. Then we go on to the next one until the 4th one. But within those questions, we might have follow-up questions that we might ask. But we need to make sure that by 5:30 we are done. And when we are saying we're done, the rapporteurs should be having that information that they're going to put on the slides to present tomorrow. That's how done we should be. Sibambile, angithi? All of us are on the same page. I hear the yes. Okay, the first question is, how can grant funding be better structured to maximize impact? How can grant funding be better structured to maximize impact. Some of us might know how NDA grant funding is structured. Some of us might know other government departments and other agencies. But out of your experience, can you share with us which way you think it should be structured so that it has maximum impact? Okay, I'm looking for hands now. Our scribes, first, can I see our scribes? Okay, thank you, guys. There's a hand. Mike, behind you. Yeah, you can sit down.
Okay. I want to be the first one to comment or to suggest, based on my experience in my province, in my area. One of the speakers here mentioned that there should be a thorough assessment about the provinces or the areas. He made an example of people from Priska, I'm just making an example, might not experiencing the same challenge as the people of DR, as well as the people of Uppington.
Okay, sorry, I'm being reminded that much as we have not introduced ourselves,
Okay.
when you speak, you're asking a question or you're commenting or you're giving a response, just say your name first.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Igama lam nguThembeka. My name is Thembeka. I'm coming from Uppington. Thembeka Popi
Thembeka Popi from Free State.
from Uppington, Northern Cape. Yes. Yes. In our area where I am situated, we are dealing with the issue of illiterate people. But it doesn't mean they don't have dreams. It doesn't mean they are not destined to succeed. It's just that when they see paper and lot of words and lot of writing and lot of complicated questions, immediately they stress out. Though they are busy with something great that they didn't read it from any paper. But when it comes to an application with all those sophisticated lines, then you just see the people giving up. So my suggestion would be the applications of funding can be drafted in a way that they can even reach the low of the lowest in terms of literature-wise or in terms of literacy-wise, because people have passion, but unfortunately, they haven't even go above standard 5, though they have strong dreams. Mara inkinga, when they look at those too much papers, dololo, and it's frustrating. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that input. So basically, what she is suggesting is that we simplify the application. And probably also to, breaking down the jargon and making it shorter, because sometimes they are so long and tedious, and then people decide, I'm not going to do this. Okay. We've got that one, ne? Okay, the second one, and then third one, and fourth one.
Hi, everyone. Igama lami nguBukeka Poqwana from a cooperative called Zaki Youth Development in the Eastern Cape. Mine is just two on this item. The first one, it should be the tailored funding model. It should differentiate, we should find a different funding mechanism that differentiate between emerging CSOs versus matured ones. Now, in the case of cooperatives, if you want to upscale your business, you would need quite a chunk of money as compared to with startups. And then my second point would be at least include operational support. Currently, we are giving administration support, but it does not speak well when it comes to cooperatives, because we need operational budget. and it limits us to only doing administrative work, as opposed to if we had operational budget, we can include our overheads in that support. Thank you.
Okay, so funding must include an operational budget. Okay, very clear. Number 3.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Solomon Kumete from KZN, organization based in Umlazi. I'm not sure, perhaps this will be in a form of a question, but the lady, the last speaker has covered me. Genuinely, thank you, sis. My concern is about the visibility. You know, there is so much that is happening that NDA is doing. But my worry is that there are so many people outside there who would greatly benefit if NDA was empowered in such a way that there is budget to mainly drive the visibility from the NDA side, because the amount of work which is being done by NDA, I've got this feeling from where I am that there are so many CSOs that are outside there which are doing work, which are losing out from the mere fact that perhaps NDA is not fully capacitated in terms of availability, in terms of the majority of the people to know how much of work NDA is doing. I'm not sure, perhaps I'm not addressing the actual question here, what we are addressing.
Okay,
But,
can I try and summarize what you are saying?
Yes.
We are not well marketed, well visible to a point that people who need our assistance do not know where to find us and do not even know that we exist for them to come to get assistance from us. Okay.
Angibingelele igama ngusibonelo ngokangcobo ngiqhamuka eKZN, i-organization ebizwa Isibonelo. Yes, namhlambe ngathi owami umbono uthi mhlawumbe uma ngazama ukunciphiswa lama applications othola ukuthi online, because lawo ma applications uthola ukuthi kunabantu abangakwazi uku-apply noma ebengakwazi uku-apply mhlawumbe ngenxa yendawo ahlala kuyona akakwazi ukuthi angakwazi uku-apply njengey'ndawo ey'semakhaya. Uthola ukuthi lawo bantu benza imisebenzi emihle kodwa ngesikhathi kuthiwa ku-apply online kuphela bagcine besale ngaphandle. Mhlawumbe kube nama-option kungabi indlela eyodwa. Ngiyabonga.
Okay, my understanding is now we then saying let's have a hybrid way of applying. Much as we're introducing online, but there should be physical kind of applications done. Okay, then we had umama, yeah, ubaba, and then besingaqalanga, I think, yeah, she was, yeah, okay, masaseke simnikeze. Then the last.
Afternoon, my name is Tisezole Ballo from Kebin Development and Education Foundation in the Free State. My point is there is a lack of coordination and integration between various departments, because basically what they ended up doing is to fund a similar project to all, if not most of the NPOs. And as a result, the maximization of the impact of the target objectives, they ended up not reaching the beneficiaries. So that's my point.
I think that one is very clear. Last person, I think, on this point, then we go to the next question. Are we fine? Okay, Nama.
Dumelang le kae, ke tla bua ka Northern Sotho. Nna ke re SNDA, the way lor e capacity ka hona, ka re nna ke na le experience from yona. Ne ke kopa re continue because the NDA not looking for the education of the people. And NDA is assisting and capacitating and assisting to apply.
Even though you don't have, or you don't know English, or you don't know how to read, but I suggest you to continue us to capacity, if the compliance, the NDAs are still in the compliance. Just suggestion the NDA must continue to assist us because there's no anyone to call and come and apply for you. And then, that's why I say community close the gap. I said the NDA come to the community and close the gap to monitor and community field research in the community level. Thank you.
Thank you. Ngicabanga ukuthi sibambile ne? Most of us know NDA, except if it's advertised there, application, but NDA comes to you, you tell them your story, they write it down for you, they submit it for you. Okay, now, are we happy with the first question? So we are going to the second question.
Call on, there's some inputs that covers other questions still coming up. Okay, so this question dealt with how to better structure our grant funding to improve impact and stuff like simplification, that's all about structures, but others. So we as scribes, we just need to put it into those places. Okay, so if you don't see your answer under 1, it might be under 2 or 3. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Suker. We are now on the second question. How can capacity building initiatives be tailored to meet the diverse needs of civil society organizations? Who coordinates your disturb? Are you saying something, Mr. Coordinator? Okay. Okay. If you are agreeing, then I'm fine with that. How can capacity building initiatives be tailored to meet diverse needs of civil society organizations? I think, Baba, you want to come in, or you feel that?
Good afternoon, colleagues.
Okay, there's another hand here.
My name is Tapelo from the office of the NDA in the Northern Cape. So in the first question, I thought we are going to leave out the most important part, because the question is very clear that how can we structure our funding to make an impact? So according to my experience, our grant doesn't cover, we don't have a budget to cover like paying for stipends, which for me, I feel it's very important for me, because we are an institution that drives to create jobs. But our grants doesn't cater that. That's sponsor number 1. Number 2 is that to reduce the compliance of other NPOs that needs to grow. Like for an example, you will find an organization doing very well in a stricken poverty communities. But now it prevents them to get more resources because we require them to have about 3 audited statements, which is very difficult. So those are just my 2 sponsors that I wanted to be added on that one. Thank you.
Okay, I think your input was actually covered by I think there was a speaker somewhere here who mentioned exactly what you were saying, and another one also talked to the compliance issues. We are on the second question of capacity building. How do we tailor it to meet the diverse needs? There was a hand here, and a hand here, and a hand there. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2. There was 3 somewhere here. And then 4 at the back, the lady with the pink top here. And you have your hand up? Okay. Huh? You've counted? Yes, I've counted. Okay. Sizoqala la. Akithi sonke singama CSOs. We don't have oyolisa ababuza imibuzo or commenting, ne? Just to make sure that Hajra does not comment. Okay.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Sibulelo Mangoto from Harvest of Hope in Western Cape. My one is in preparation for this capacity building, I think it will be vital to understand the context of the CSOs in terms of understanding level of knowledge so that preparation towards capacity is being informed with that prior knowledge, because it's becoming useless if you just go there without understanding the context. Then when you do that capacity building, it doesn't reach those needs, the core needs of that particular area, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it talks to what normally is supposed to happen when you are doing capacity building, where we have a pre-assessment, where we understand who we are dealing with, their knowledge, their expectation, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Tabiso Ntwelengwe, Rand West Secondary Cooperative, west of Johannesburg. All right. My point would be to enhance research in a way that in a community you will find a number of CSOs with similar aims and objectives. So collaboration will increase the impact better, and then the needs analysis, I think it will also cover most of the areas, since it will be common among several CSOs in one particular area. And then the other thing, it's ongoing dialogues. You know, usually the research will take maybe a day or two and so on. But diversifying what the needs are, it would need for us to look at all aspects that will include security within our areas, the youth, the unemployed, the school children, the ECD programs, and all that. Then in that way, it might begin to have a holistic approach about it, and it will drive a particular community towards a common goal. Rather than 10 CSOs in the same area doing 10 different things, we need one developmental agenda to take a particular community forward.
Great minds think alike. That is what Group 4 is discussing. They are discussing exactly that, but we get the point that we need to also, when we talk capacity building, get people with similar interests so that at least it is not that diverse when we have to address them. Okay. Thank you.
I think integrated capacity building, in a sense that we link training with access to funding, technical mentorship, and market access for the cooperatives.
Sizwile ne? Integrated capacity building. Ubaba talked about holistic capacity building. So we now look at the civil society organization as an entity which has different facets that we're able to address within that level of training, so that when the person starts with us, by the time they finish, they're even able to get markets.
Okay, thank you. My name is Josephine Diketani from Terisano Victim Empowerment Center. As our organization, ND8 has assisted us a lot in terms of the capacity building for the board members to have a same vision and the same goal together with the staff members, which that is going very well. Thank you so much. My next point is, the board members, they are there to keep in check to the staff in terms of the implementation, the governance and everything. If maybe the NDA can come up with a strategy or a policy, who is there to hold the board members accountable? And get the board members that are there to hold the staff accountable in terms of the implementation and everything. What policy does hold the board accountable, or who is there to hold the board accountable to make sure Guti, they go on with their responsibilities and everything? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With CSO board. Let me just give you an example. With cooperative banks, they have a structure that is called supervisory committee, which then supervises the board and hold them accountable. So maybe it's something that we can then look at as civil society organizations, because it does assist. I'm just suggesting.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, sesimfaka kodwa isandla sakho bengingasifakanga. Asose sikuyeke. Angena ma.
Okay, Kimelita Masi from Tiamatla, Limpopo. To add to NDA, maybe they can add a practical skills training where if I do a practical, sometimes I'm going to mentor the other organization with their practical. Maybe it's going to be better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ubabu Sol, sathi masihleli naye sikhuluma nge-organization yakhe. Safaka even vertical farming or vertical planting. Awangiyacabanganga sathi somthatha simse Ladysmith so that he can learn how to do it. So we get your point, and I think we need to add that. There was a hand lady with a pink top. Oh, it was that one.
He just told me that we're not supposed to participate as NDA officials.
Let
Is
me
it true?
see. Oh, yeah. Now huh? Okay. Okay, let's give you a chance, and Siavala Mose, after she speaks, this lady in pink. Phela fanele singamiyeka I dominate the session.
Okay, ma, thank you. Tembeka Poppy from Northern Cape. I just want to add kumama, ne? Ukuthi for instance, if there's a capacity building training, ne? That practical part, let me make an example. This is a real issue. In Northern Cape, 4,000 and something of NGOs and NPOs that were deregistered. So funding, it's another level. We will never get to a funding if our compliance and way of doing things as the board member are not right. So if we go to, for me personally, and some of my board members, NDA has played a great role. I appreciate that. If just that part can be added of practically doing the stuff with the same people that are being trained.
Okay, no, we'll do that, and I think even the suggestion from the NDA executive is that we also do a cross study. If we've got someone who's making furniture in Priska, they can go to KZN and see what KZN is doing, and then also go elsewhere, so that at least you are able to see how to, or know how to better yourself, or learn things that you are not doing and do them better. Okay, thank you, colleagues. On the second, there was something that came true to my mind when you were. So you want to have more facilitators?
No, it goes back to there's a gentleman, I think it's that gentleman with a white shirt. He mentioned this, that NDA itself, because why I even said this must be an impact group, it all starts with the budget. I think it's that gentleman who mentioned the budget. Because NDA himself or herself needs to be capacitated in terms of field workers, in terms of people who are to capacitate us. So that, to strengthen, to have more power. I think ours here, more than anything else, is to drive the point home that NDA needs to grow even more to be able to do all of these expectations that we have. Now, we as CSOs, we find ourselves wanting, and the NTA is stretched in such a way that they cannot, do the best that we are expecting them to do because they are not. So the capacity building should be such that NDA itself has got enough budget. It's that gentleman who mentioned that.
Okay, I hear that. Okay, so we're saying we need NDA who has the numbers to train, who has the skills on the different topics. And probably when they say they mentor, they are able to go back to the civil society organization and start seeing that people are implementing what they were taught in class, that they are able to implement. And maybe, as we are also saying that we are incubating, we also do that. And we can't do that if we don't have the numbers in terms of staff members to do it. Sibambile ngithi. Siyamnika siyavala ngaye lo mama. Uyangihlupha manje. Ngizomthatha ngiyombeka lapha ekugcineni.
Hello. And then happy for the things was important under the NDA in the sustainability plan of the non-profit of the organization. The NDA is doing well. We need more to assist other organizations, not only the one in the community. And we need this program of the NDA in the non-profit organization strategic because it educates the non-profit organization to not work with alone for the sustainability plan of during of the dry season of the NGOs. So we need this program to go all 9 provinces because other provinces I see is a lack. We need this capacity building for sustainability plan of the non-profit organization, especially in the civil society, because in the civil society, there are 3 objectives. It's the government and private sector and the civil society. We are not working with alone. We need more in 9 provinces to community-led and monitoring justice and the field researchers to see the importance of the activity of the community.
Nimzwila ngithi? Hayi simzwile. Okay, now we're moving to the 3rd one. Can I encourage people who have not spoken to speak? Angifuni ubaphinda phela kuzoze kuthiwe ngabani bami. Kanti ndifuna all of us, we must be blessed and highly favored. Okay, 3, what strategies can be put in place to enhance impactful program outcomes? What strategies? What strategies can be put in place to enhance impactful program outcomes? Sifuna ama strategies. Angikhange ngikubize kuqala. Okay, sengizokubiza ekugcineni. Ase sithole nje ongakhanga phakamise. Nje. Hawu nidle nelunch naqoma isibindi. Yabona mawuphuza istone uve ube nesibindi nje yabona mas. Okanye besingekho istone bekhona icoke. Okay, asimnike kusisi mhlamba abanye bazothi mabese bemzwile ekhuluma.
Ngiyabonga. Mina bengicabanga ukuthi scalability and replication. Prioritize projects with models that can be adapted and replicated in other contexts or in different provinces.
Okay, you are saying?
Scalability and replication, prioritize projects with models that can be adapted and replicated in other provinces.
Okay, nizwile mos. Projects that you can scale up, meaning that you are thinking big, and then we have projects that can actually be replicated You look at it and you say, this project is actually a good project, we can actually do it in Gauteng, we can do it elsewhere in Swangit. Yes. There's a hand here, number 2, number 3, number 4.
Thank you. I think another thing for our centers and projects is that the stakeholders must be more engagement with other stakeholders around. And lastly, monitoring and evaluation to assess whether the management is doing correct or what. It must be continuous. Yes.
So, the first and the, okay, they're saying please repeat because the scribers did not hear.
Sorry.
They're asking you to repeat one.
I am saying for our centers or project to be not to fall away. The stakeholders must be more engagement to the project. And again, we must focus on monitoring and evaluation so that the management, it must be continuous, not one day or what.
Okay. I think the most important part is the continuous monitoring and evaluation, continuous assessment, and continuous engagement. Ukhona beke wakhuluma nge-dialogues that they must continue, but now more of the engagement part to say how to improve, continuous improvement. Khona umnye ubaba othe mayiqala ungibona wangibona ngisebenza productivity SA, I was talking about continuous improvement. Kodwa ngizosho ukuthi ungibani. Ngene ba.
Sisiyoliswa, andazi noma ndaba ndi out of proportion or njani. Bensithi ezinye strategies ezinosetshenziswa yi-NDA kuxa uyenza mandithi i-funding xa inkulu, i-grant inkulu. Bangaphi CSO i-grant in a form of money ne. Bayenze i-service kuti i-CSO ziyazi reporta immaculately, i-report yabo ibe immaculate xa reportayo. Enkosi.
Thank you very much for that input. Nizwile lapha emuva. Ukuthi we must, as ND, you wanted to translate? Oh. Yabona basengizeka. What he was saying is that when, as NDA, the focus must not be in giving the financial support, but also making sure that you are guiding people in terms of the service that we do. For an instance, I'm now, I think, adding on what you are saying, that instead of giving money, you then say, service provider, you buy these things for the people so that at least when it comes to monitoring of how the finances are used, we are not having challenges. Am I getting you correctly? Okay. Awufuna umtolikela nawe manje? Ufuna u-edit?
That's me. No, it's me. It's my turn.
Okay. Asiqale simphinde.
Yeah.
Okanye mhlawumbe asimyeke because it's a follow up. Buti? Hello? Hello? Ucela ufollowisha up on the comment.
I think we'll have a problem with that one if we include service providers.
Not service providers.
Okay, kindly clarify it again.
Okay.
I kind of missed.
Maybe I'll just make an example of how we were doing things as KZN. KZN, when you got the grant funding, the money went to Itala before all the challenges. Then when you needed things, you will do, we do a requisition. We send the requisition signed by us to Itala. Itala goes to the service provider. The service provider gets you, the service provider is where you are buying. So if I'm saying a service provider, if you're saying one material, you will say requisition one material, this is the cheapest shop, we've done 3 quotation, this is the best, we're choosing this one. Now, what you are choosing, Itala will go and pay there, then they will deliver to you. So I think this is what the gentleman is saying, not that we then go and choose and do other things on the side. Angithi ngibambile ba? Yes.
Thank you. May I? All right. In formulation of the programs, there should be a buy-in from the CSOs in advance, so that to avoid a top-down, programs rather than, the other way around. By so doing, I think it will be more meaningful to the people concerned.
Thank you. I think we're still going back to the issue of let's dialogue, let's engage so that the people tell us what we want and not what we want them to do. Okay? Yes, Ngena.
Enkosi sisiyuliswa. Gama lami nguNokhuthala Siqwayi, ndi-founder yaseSimama Center for Career and Professional Development in Kokstad under Harry Gwala District. Ndiye ndazenzela i-research while I'm in Kokstad since sinikezwe i-homework. I've got 5 points apha endizazireada sis. Maybe I'll be repeating kwezinye indawo into beseyitshiwo. Number 1, we need to align the projects with NDA priorities. Ensure funding aligns with NDA strategic objectives. Number 2, leverage funding for sustainability. Use grant funding to build long-term capacity and sustainability. Number 3, encourage knowledge sharing. Disseminate best practice, lessons learned, and research findings. Number 4, foster community engagement. You need to involve stakeholders, beneficiaries, and community members in project design and implementation. Yabona ke ngaphe eKokstad ave ndiyithanda into ka-Operation Sukuma Sakhe. Ndandithanda kwa the former premier of KwaZulu Natal xa kethi I can do anything even when nobody is watching. Involve nje abantu ngiyakuthanda entweni endiyenzayo. And I'm pragmatic by nature. Instead of telling you something, I rather do it for you. Bayazi kabantwana ngale ndiyaba-applyela, ndibabenzela u-NSFAS and everything. Andithi kubo into ethile yenziwa kanje. You come to my office, I solve your life. The problem solver nje umthetho wami. Lastly, we need to evaluate and adapt, meaning continuously assess project impact and adjust strategies to optimize outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you. Ngicabanga ukuthi sisibambile all those points. But I'm worried, I think, with the first 2 statements. And why I'm worried is that most organizations fail because we have an understanding that we form ourselves at times so that we get funding. And now, once you do that, the tendency is to say, what is NDA looking for? And therefore you align and you adjust and you don't do what you are capable of doing to the best of your ability. I think that's my stress. And mhlawumbe you will hear it when the 4th group presents, where we are saying now we're talking community-owned enterprises. Communities come together, they decide what they want, baqale bashaya imali. They start paying money and saving and banking so that they do what they want. When government comes along, they come to implement what they want or what they have already started implementing. Hence, I support the other ones where you're saying, now let's engage. Let's have continuous dialogues because now we're starting to understand you better as government. We do not force you to align to us for us to give you funding. But you come up with things that are out of the box that we also say, yo, we never thought of this. It's a good thing, let's fund it, you know? So once you try and align, you minus your innovation, you minus your vision, your mission, and every other thing that you set yourself up. But I'm not convincing you otherwise to change what you were saying, but I'm just saying I'm a bit worried. Colleagues, there was another hand. Or are the hands finished? Strategies, 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 strategies. Hi, my friend. My friend. You wanted to be in my group. Come on. Come on, my friend. You wanted to be in my group. What are the strategies? Or you'll come in the last one? Okay. So are we done? We're done with the strategies. Are you happy, scribes? You've got everything. Now we are the last one. What are the lessons from successful and failed NDA-funded initiatives? Some of us know people were funded by the NDA, and somebody said, you go looking for them, go try. They were here, they were there, but you can't find them. And there are those that we can point. Abakwazi, we started 2010 and we're still here. Otherwise, who says, we came, we were furniture making. And whilst we were busy with that, there was COVID. We had volunteers. Whilst we had volunteers, we started food gardens. Whilst we had food gardens, we then saw an opportunity to take the people that when we were doing house to house or home to home, whatever visits, we saw that there was a lot of GBV happening. We took out the women who were survivors and we said, let's train them on sewing so that they become economically viable or economically empowered so that they don't go back. So you look at this, it's over a period of about 7, 8, 10 years, but they're actually building up on something. So what are the lessons we have been learning from the successful ones and those that have failed? I'm looking for those that have not said anything. My friend said she's going to speak. That's number one. Let me see number 2, number 3.
Good afternoon. Okay. My name is Messi Twai from On Eagle's Wings in the Eastern Cape. We are one of the recipients of NDA in 2020 and in 2023 for the volunteer program. In both those times, there were very successes, especially in 2023 when we could be in a position of employing 20 unemployed people from the community to do the GBF and all of that. And where I'm coming from, there's a lot of people that do not have IDs. So for the first time having those volunteers, we were able to bring the Department of Home Affairs to where we are in our community. It has never been there, but they were there on that time, and I think it was the last. So when you speak about failed initiatives, that one also could be because after that funding, as an organization, we didn't have the muscle, financial muscle to carry on that. And I think you said something when somebody was saying here that you don't plan your vision or your work around the priorities of NDA. Because now when the money is not there, so you are left with nothing. Do what you are doing, even if it's a small scale, And then you are able to carry on, even though the thing of the 20 volunteers failed, but we are still managing to do with the 3 that we can pay. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I can even see someone clapping, and yet you didn't want to speak. Hi, my friend. Okay, are we having a hand here? Or we were just clapping? Ngathi kuphinda-phinda abantu abanye. Okay, asimthathe uBrasol, simthathe the lady in a red, and then one. Okay, it's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Kuphinda-phinda abantu abanye. My friends here. Okay, number 7. Look at her, she's looking down. Are you going to be number 8? There's my number 8. Oh, yeah, official. Okay, number 7 is here. She's smiling, she's saying she's going to be number 8. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Lisa. The previous speaker is now reminding me of the successes of the programs that were funded by NDA. Quite a number of them, but specifically, I want to go back to what the lady was saying. 3 of them during COVID times. And those programs were a huge success in terms of awareness, in terms of social distance monitoring with post offices, helping SASA at one stage, because those they started in smaller numbers. I even remember that our organization, we ended up having 43 volunteers. And those projects, apart from what they were meant for, there are so many families that were able to earn a living, people who had nothing, to put on the table. And that stipend sustained them. I remember the last group, the program went over 12 full months. And those people, they appreciated the huge impact which NDA, had on their lives. But the flip side of the same coin is that what they were doing at that time was genuine because they were doing the needs analysis for different families. But those families, they would have hopes that at least something was going to come up, because the needs analysis was at the end of the day is to be addressed. If, for instance, you are coming across the family which is poverty stricken, then, we had to have solutions, but we didn't have any solutions for them. But for the beneficiaries who were in the field, that had a big impact on those people. I think that's what the lady over there was also saying.
Thank you.
So we really appreciate NDA. There's so much NDA which you are doing, but my feeling is that you are not fully capacitated. It's only a few of us. If you, for instance, we had Limpopo, so much that's happening in Limpopo. Mpumalanga, so much. Mrs. Ntuli, so much in KZN. So much huge impact which is NDA is doing. So NDA needs to be capacitated in terms of funding, in terms of the budget, to be able to capacitate. That second point, the capacity building, goes a long way. The programs which are there with NDA, keep those programs because they are so properly designed. You need governance is there. You need fundraising is there. But how many of the people know about all those programs? So, yeah.
Okay. No, thank
So
you very
sorry about that, to take.
No, thank you very much. I've picked up, you were also talking about us following up. We, in fact, are busy following up. We are busy following up on some of these things that were done. We are with FEEDMAC, DSD, SASA, in terms of those challenges that you were meeting within the households. But some of these engagements is where you are supposed to now hear about what we are doing, about generating better livelihoods. Because that's the program that was born out of the volunteer program. Thank you very much. Again, okay.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll go. Josephine again from Tirisano. For me, it's collaboration between the cooperative and NGO. Since I say I'm from an NGO that we work with GBVF, for instance, if we have a survivors, we help them with psychosocial support and everything. Then if we can be able to link with the CSO that has been funded by NDA so that they can empower them with vocational skills, then they will give them a voice. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Sorry, they've started doing it. Imsuluma muntu libetin. Lo begqoke ka into uyithunge ngokwakhe. That program, they created it from survivors of GBV.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My leader, ukuhlangana nam no ukuhlangana kwethu no NDA through usisintando umuntu yedwa hayi kwenze a huge difference in our organization. Okokuqala there were workshops ebemane befika besenzela zona phakwa-SASSA eKokstad, and then now NDA recently uqeda ukufunda i-organization yethu ngemali esizawuthenga, in fact sesiyithengile i-equipment yase soup kitchen because silanda ukudla kwakwa-Food Forward sikupheke for i-community and then silime negadi, but we've struggled uba masibe negadi ixesha elide. Usisintando was so brave that she wrote to the municipality, hayi ndiqhwabela izandla le into. Balela umasipala uba aba bantu they need igadi more than anything, so banikezeni isite. Guess what? Isite sesayinikezwa. As a result, on the 25th of April, we were chosen by the National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure as the best NPO implemented kakuhle into ka EPWP KZN. So sizobuildelwa istructure, the CNDC Center and the White Door Center. Kule site esayicelelwa. In fact, wafike wapusha entweni ekudala siyicela, then yena wathetha nomasipala sayikhululelwa isite. Ndingumuntu ongenabona ngesisi wami. There is a lady endiyenzele NPO across the road. Niyayibona iKokstad ime kanjani? Ngapha komgwaqo Eastern Cape. It's called Ikusasa Lesizwe Psychosocial Center. Ave ndavuya mhla kufika uMrs Maninjwa ezokwenza i-due diligence esimama kwi-application esiyifake kusisintando. Ndandingamazi ke but ndavuyelwa into yoba wow, kunini sifuna umuntu wakwa-NDA e-Eastern Cape. Ndiyacela ke sisi, as much as uzokwenza i-due diligence here, ndicela usose uxhumana nala mntu osemsukeni ngapha komgaqo eMount Elifu. Lo mntu ngoku sekedila ne-malnutrition. Ndingumuntu ongenamona nge-information nokuyekelela. Ndaqale ududuzile ndaqale ndamfaka kwa-Food Forward, naye ulanda ukutya eMthatha. But now naye unikezwa those parcels ngu-NDA for uba balwe i-malnutrition. So siyabonga ku-NDA kakhulu.
Thank you very much. Kumane ukuthi abantu abamnyama banomona. Amen.
Okay, Giabonga, what I've observed with cooperatives is that there is a duplication of work done by DSD and the NDA. So, DSD, obviously, nguyo usiqalayo with seed capital. So when NDA comes in, we would expect ukuthi he will help us to scale. But we find that he would want us ukuthi asinike the same support as what DSD has given us. So landi senzoba sibe stagnant, singakwazi ukukhula. And then for cooperatives as a scale, the challenge is project management, because now we are dealing with umsebenzi omkhulu, imali ezinkulu, and that's a skill esilekayo. Perhaps if NDA could assist project managers or even the capacity project management, we'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You are in which province?
Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape. Yes, so they will give you project management training. The lady here.
Thank you. It's only me. Good day, everyone. My name is Kuzeta Tendi, representing Visani, West Coast. NDA really did play a big role within our organization and our community. First of all, we only started with the skills development training in entrepreneurship with unemployed youth. And the gap there was that we could only provide the skills development, but what do they have to continue their journey in entrepreneurship? So we've reached out to NDA, and the capacity building which we received there was highly appreciated. When we started with even the starting off with the due diligence, the proposal writing, when there's a call and we heard Mr. Adil is on the phone, then everyone runs because we know that information is needed and it is crucial. But that strengthened our skills in writing proposals also. For our first intake in 2021, we supported 10 entrepreneurs through that program, our entrepreneurship program. Our second intake, 2022, NDA extended not only in the West Coast, but also in city of Cape Town, Khayelitsha. So we could have support 20 entrepreneurs, and in total, 30 entrepreneurs was supported through NDA funding. That was a huge success for us. And currently, 75% of those entrepreneurs are still in business and going strong.
Thank you very much. So it's now what, 5:05. Mr. Adil is wanting to come and summarize. Huh? Okay. We all heard what was said, no translation needed. And I believe all the success stories that we're hearing, the opposite of what they were saying is our success could be what would cause failures. I get?
I don't know about that, but okay. So we got a process now. The discussion is not finished yet. The scribes are just getting together to consolidate your inputs, and then they're going to present it to you to make sure we've captured what you said correctly and that we haven't left anything out, and if you want to add anything. So just give us a couple of minutes. Who's coming forward to do it? Come, sir. Have you got it? Okay, will you give us a bit, 5 minutes to consolidate? Thanks. In the meantime, if there's anything else you want to add, I'll hand over to my learned colleague here, Yolisa, to facilitate the conversation.
Ninikwa extra time. I don't know who has never wanted to make use of extra time. Oh, there's a question.
Okay, most of the organizations here is being funded by NDA or has been funded by NDA. I want you to think, say if you were unsuccessful in your application to NDA, if you have not received funding from NDA, what are the inputs you would be making now? Because you were all glorifying NDA and beautiful, but say we never funded you. And don't worry about Yoli, she's not going to take your names down and keep you but it's going to help us grow. It's going to help us improve our impact. So maybe that's a question, because we've spoke very little about the failures.
Okay, there was a hand at the back. I'm not sure whether she wanted to add something or respond to what Mr. Adil is saying. Okay, okay, you'll be number one, and then there was a hand here, number two, number three. I'm just looking for somebody who has not said something. Ngani wami? Oh, wabhala, my friend. Awukhalela usho something? Okay, so, okay.
Thank you for the opportunity and good afternoon, everybody. So my name is Nozi Kombozo, and we run an NPO called Lona Lethu Itemba. So we have never heard of the NDA, basically, and we are so inspired to hear that actually people like NDA do exist, and they do so many beautiful things that I've listened to. So as a small NPO that is dealing with giving underprivileged kids access to the same quality education that people who are able to afford and are not able, oh sorry, I'm just running away with what I'm trying to say. So basically what we do, we take care of the little kids that cannot afford crèche. So we're trying to give them the same foundation as the same that their parents are able to access the fund. Able to provide, being provided by the parents. So I'd like to know, how can the NDA assist us? Can we also get a person to come out to Cosmos City and see what we do and what we are about? Basically, that's what I wanted to say.
Okay, which province are you in?
We are in Gauteng, Cosmos
Gauteng.
City.
Ingathi ukhona umuntu waseGauteng nangu uLemisa. Lemisa? Nangu mama uthi ungaseGauteng, Cosmos City. So you will know who to link her up with. Okay. There was a hand. Okay, you can come first.
Okay, if I was unsuccessful and at some point we did consider abandoning the application process because I would say the official that we were working with, not that he's a bad person, but he kept on referring us to this is how NDA does things. And how NDA does things were not working for us as a cooperative. To us, it kind of seemed like they were using like one blanket approach to non-profit and also to cooperatives. And as a cooperative, we are in business, and we are in business to make profit. So we were not getting the same understanding as to what is it that we want. We hear what NDA wants, but what is it that we want? And the support that you are bringing us, it's not that it's useful for other people or for other NPOs, but for us, we need mechanization. We need to scale up our business. And what you are coming to us with is what we've already received from DSD. We cannot go back and buy shovels, and what we need now are tractors. You get? So the approach, if I may put it, the approach that NDA, perhaps it needs to change. Listen to us, hear us, what is it that we need? Because if we just took that as he was giving to us, we would not be where we are today. Today we are commercializing. We would have not, we'll still start there as a subsistence farmers, not even on a smallholder level. So maybe the approach, you need to listen more rather than telling us what is it that you want.
Okay, thank you very much. I think somebody said it must not be a top-down approach, it must be from, there's a last person, but before the last person comes in, we were supposed to have a second rapporteur. Tomorrow, we are supposed to, from this group, we're supposed to have 2 people on the stage giving the report back. Unfortunately, one person has not come through. We only have my lady here, so we need a volunteer who's going to be with her when we do the reporting tomorrow. So we need a volunteer. You can suggest, but the person has to agree. I get that one. This one is going to agree. I know. Her name again? Your name again? Bukeka. Bukeka. So Bukeka, say name again. Bukeka. Bukeka Pokwana is our second rapporteur. Thank you. Can we clap for her? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay.
Thank you once again, Chairperson. Hey, uthetha njani? Uthetha njani ibhedi ngomuntu ekubeni bokudwa uthetha kamnandi kanje gaye? Sisiyoliswa uthetha njani go NDA kakubi yethu umuntu bawuthetha kahle. Into endingayi commenta nje is that ndicela nibhekisise indaba ye time frame. I'm looking at ubanda faki application go 2023 June. And the due diligence was done on the 1st of February 2024. And the outcome, anyway, upon dikhona kusekutheni, izitolo ziyadikwa. Kawumani ndicela nizonditshintshela i-quotation endandiyenzile. Just because kuthiwa hayi unobi dates ne prices zitshintshile. Hey, bayadikwa aba bantu kude kuthiwe ngeke ngokubhatala for quotations. Yeah, understand again nani nine zinto ezimani kwenzeka iboard yatshintsha kodwa nje indaba ye time frame. Ndicela nje leyo into. Andazi ngathetha negative go NDA yeke nidlala ngathi.
No, thank you very much. I actually thought Ubukeka was going to talk about it when she started talking. I thought she was going to refer to it. Yes, it's actually very important about time frame. When I was wearing another hat some time back, I used to say, agriculture does not understand processes. If I'm supposed to plant seedlings now, you cannot tell me of processes, otherwise the season will go past. So these are the things as government entirely that we need to work on in terms of being responsive to people and at least, see how we can fast track some things and how we can, short circuit certain things. Is there another person? Because I want to ask one final question. Oguti, now, can we just quickly discuss and say where to from now? What is your expectation? When we finish here, Nimzwilu means to 10. But how are you going to make sure, Oguti, whatever you are going to say must happen from now is going to be followed up? We can't wait for another 10 years or another whatever for us to have this and for implementation and everything. But we want to hear from you, where to from now? What happens? Thanks, ma'am. Okay, 2. My brother has not said anything, yes? I would love to hear your voice. Yes. So you are concluding, you are recommending, you see? Yeah, you can give us a recommendation. Where to from now? Yeah, but after the gentleman.
Madam Chair, I'm going to give a suggestion which is in a form of a question. Because I'm very much concerned about capacity building. Ngithemba ukuthi iyezwakala nje i-concern yami. I-concern yami ukuthi perhaps this is coming also in a form of a question. From where NDA is, ake siyeke unational, because we're strategic position. Now at operational level or administration level, siza kwi-province. Kwi-province, if kuwukuthi i-province, because ulocally ake singabi nje ake sithi akekho locally, because masikhuluma ama-districts, then but from where lies corner, perhaps it's because I'm coming from a forum point ever since nje forum, because I see this ukuthi cascade information down. That information can end up having gone to the grassroots. There must be a point, then it filters down information. Ukuthi, is it not gonna be working? Is it not a good idea, perhaps, to go the forum route? I know, Mr. Ntlantla, Mr. Ntlantla bani, bengimlalele kahle, when esekhuluma indaba yama-powers of which it was true in Takate issue. But if forum, because it's like this is an umbrella, at this point, all these districts, uma ehlangana la, information comes from NDA, then it filters down, easier figure copy with local level. So my question is, when we're thinking about capacity building, is that not the right approach? If it's not the right approach, what are the fears?
I believe you're posing that question to yourself. When I say to yourself, to the entire team, Uguti, how do we then do it better? Over to you.
Hi, good day everyone. My name is Andreas Moros. I'm from the Western Cape. One of my suggestions for NDA would be that before you give any funding to any cooperative, you need to make sure that those people do have the expertise for what they fund, for what you fund them for. And you also need to make sure that all the different departments are involved. For instance, where I'm staying, I'm the only guy that's involved with all of those ladies. So they were trading informally. And we didn't actually approach NDA for the funding and that. So NDA actually approached us because they heard about us through social development and all those kind of agencies. So they approached us and they assisted us in registering the cooperative. So I would suggest that before you give any cooperative any funding, please make sure that all the role players are involved and that people equip themselves with the necessary knowledge and expertise for programs which they apply funding for. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The lady next to you.
Okay. Hence you are asking Sisioli from where? Ukusukela ngoku. I believe the community or the floor has spoken and our scribers have dotted down. So I believe NDA will take all inputs and go back and see ukuthi what can be adjusted or what can be made right from the comments so that we don't duplicate the same challenges that we were addressing today. So I think NDA has a responsibility to go back with the feedback and sit down and see how can he respond to what we have said. I think that will be also one of the quick responses.
Okay, ungekabeki mic yakho. Remember, we're partners.
Yes.
So how are you going to make sure that NDA does that? We don't go to these offices, we sit, we get depressed about the lot of work that we're going to do. We start feeling sorry for ourselves because Brasol says, hey, nibambalo, you're very few. Yabo, how do you assist us to make sure that what you have said here gets
Okay.
implemented?
I get it as a protocol. As I'm sitting here, some of NDA delegates that are working in Northern Cape are here. So I think from my side, my approach will start from there up to you. So I think from here we've got a work to do. I'm also going to be something in their neck to see to it that our province as well is being catered based on our comments here. Yeah, that's my starting point.
Thank you very much. Who else? We are partners in crime. Where to from here?
Hello.
There's a hand here after you.
Madam Chair, man, suggest that NDA river fund, maybe for a province, but fund according to the districts, maybe 1,111. And then for monitoring, maybe for next grant, that people on a fund deal, but hono mentor the other one in the same district, maybe for a period of their strategic plan. In the province, they're going to allocate each and every district.
So basically you're saying who is funded, then mentors the other ones that come before. Okay, I hear you very well. There was a hand somewhere.
Sanmanan,
Okay.
igama lami ngibusiwe kaMpangane, ngiqhamuka eMpumalanga.
Okay.
Colleagues, ngikuvile konke lokhu sekukhulumile ne, kuthi nje mangihleli la, ngitibuta ukuthi njengoba ukhuluma ukuthi kusatawulinza lo mnye 10 years, yabona? So mangihleli la ngiqabanga lokuthi vele tafuna ukuthi silinze 10 years ukuze sikhona kureview lokhu lesikushilo yini. Angeke mhlambe khona la siphume nendlela lenye lengqono letawenda ukuthi sikhona kureview whatever we've just said la, whatever we decided nalokhu sekuqoqile la kuma commissions ukuthi kusheshise kubuywe kukhulunywe sibukeni ukuthi isebendile lento isebende njani, singalungisa kuphi, sihluleke kuphi. Yabo, so sicelo sami ukuthi si decide nge time frame. Yabo,
What are you
last
suggesting?
sorry?
The time frame you are suggesting is what?
12 months.
For implementation or for review of the implementation?
Review of the implementation, because now we are sitting here planning and lendo si plan on paper. Uthola ukuthi le phansi le implementation is going to be so difficult.
Yeah.
Yabo, and khona lapho kule planning lesiyenda la engqondweni kwalelo point lelo lifakile lethu leti 7 yabo, and mhlambe lawo uqabange nga1. So sidinga ukuthi at least mhlambe 12 months right sibukeni, because uma ngabe sihleli na sinetinkinga lesitibeke ngale kwa 10 years isengilesinye story lento beyikhuluma ngisesiyo ukuthi mafika NDA basithi no thina sine funding yokwakha and mina ngifuna ukwakha, uyabona structure nginaso ngifuna lokunye, uyayibona ukuthi ibanjani. Size sikhulume namhla asikaze salithola lithuba lokuyikhuluma. So ngicela ukuthi silungiseni isikhathi sokureview what we've just said.
Ngimzwa ubaba uManzini ethi viva kulo ndawo. Yeah, she's saying we need to implement and after 12 months we review. In fact, I think she's even saying annually we need to review on what we've discussed. We meet, we review, we meet again, we talk, we review again and so on. And it was suggesting that. We done. There was a hand here, a last hand. The last hand. Sebe radio.
Are they ready? No, I think my one is just to zero in what have been said in here. I think all of us, we need to be responsible. Let us not avoid a situation whereby we sort of shifting the blame to other people. Because if we are doing, or if we are approaching this with that mentality, we'll be losing the main focus. One, we have to go back and start doing assessment of this conference, which is very critical. Because without doing that, we'll be repeating the same thing that we have been experiencing. And then secondly, the information that has been presented to us, I think need to be made available to all of us so that we can be in a better position to nail whoever, ourselves and the NDA, even the minister, because what have been those promises will be written black and white, and we have a point of reference. That is very critical. There's a lot, but I was trying just to zero in what you guys have said. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. You ready now with your team?
So we're going to just capture those last points, and then we're going to present it back to you. Okay, so then maybe you can have the opportunity to add in. So give us about 2 minutes. Younger? Is it gone?
What are you saying now? Oh, okay. Ulonwabo is just whispering something to me to say there are people who are actually online who have been part of this discussion. And they've also put their points on the chat. So he's asking the gentlemen and the ladies who are scribing for us to actually try and incorporate those points so that when they feed them back to you, we then, yeah, more than 2 minutes. We need to get ready, man. We brought in our evening gowns, you know, we still need to go and freshen up, you know. So ke nomtshela uMinister ukuthi you want this to be annual. Hayi ngiyanisupporta nami. Kodwa uzobe nini hayi yimi. Okay, I'm just going to quickly read some of the comments online that have been given by our colleagues. Oh, now I'm not sure where to start. Okay. I think I've gone. Okay, there's one comment. It's from Msizi Kumalo from the Center for Community Development, South Africa, NPC. And Msizi is saying NDA funding should be structured for impact by aligning with community needs and national priorities, using a tiered model that supports emerging and established NPOs through incubation, core and scaling grants. Funding must be outcome-driven, linked to clear milestones, and paired with capacity building in governance. Financial management and monitoring, a strong focus on sustainability through local ownership, social enterprise models and partnerships, ensures long-term value. Results-based disbursement and participatory evaluation help track and maximize impact while leveraging on co-funding from government and private partners to enhance reach and effectiveness. Thank you, Msizi Kumalo, for that. And then I think others were asking questions, which I think Lonwabo will then respond to. And unfortunately, we are not well equipped to allow people online to engage because you are not connected to our speakers. So we wouldn't be able to hear you if we tried to open the laptop for you to engage. But please do write to us on our chat box so that we can take your comments and contributions as part of the conference. Thank you.
Most of those comments you would agree we could incorporate into our report. But at this stage, we're going to focus on what has been said in this group, and we're going to feed that back to you. And then, as we have time later, we'll add those comments as well. Okay, thanks. Yanga, could you indicate, have you emailed it off?
Well, I think Msizi Kumalo actually is one of the people who say great minds think alike, because most of the points that he has touched on is things we're discussing. So he is aligned to our thinking. Thank you once again. Ready, ready, ready. Oh, okay, we are now going to load up what we have been discussing so that you then agree if it's what we have said. We add if we need to add quickly, and we subtract if we need to subtract. And then sambe siyoswenka. Sibe bahle. Once we're waiting. Let me give you my mic.
Sisiyoliswa ndithi issue ye social entrepreneurship ayivi balekile, because yabona i-NPO it always ask ingathi kungakhona i-sustainability plan eninayo into nje ezawungenisa imali le organization. For example, we are not just an NPO that is dealing with careers and skills, senzela abantwana university applications, NSFAS and what. We have a soup kitchen, we've got 101 EPWP employees, we are funded by DSD for social behavior change. Those are our objectives. Then, on the other side, we've grown into an accredited skills development provider by QCTO. We train child and youth care workers, ECD practitioners, and health promotion officers. But again, we've got a future goal. Esendi kalisile ukuweka kuyo. Soon, we will be in first register, even though we are trying to basilungisa into zethu zibe in order. We are an accommodation provider here kwa NSFAS for SID TVET College, Kokstad campus. I'm trying to be innovative. Okay, Mandize Glento. This is what part I like is that utu government wa KwaZulu-Natal. Let us utilize those buildings, those dilapidated buildings. Kungabi izindawo nje zokuhlala amaphara abhema thini. Transnet have signed a lease agreement with Simama. Kokstad railway station dinikwe umhlaba. I'm going to build an accommodation center for SID TVET College. Thank you.
And I got economic empowerment, but so it afterwards.
Okay.
Because I wanted to hear the entrepreneurship, the social entrepreneurship party, but what's the rating? They are ready.
Okay.
Abanye bafuni yoswenka. Uyacha? Yo, Thixo wam. Yo, singamia gachi. Hey. Yabona lento ka blessed and highly favored yahlula.
Rena, as the PLS sector, because I'm the chairperson of the PLS sector, Rona under non-profit organization for the way also Abuankateng in Gauteng. We have the NDA, but assist to reveal Section 18A certificate, which is PBO. The PBO certificate is a two-sided non-profit organization to capacity herself like sustainability of the non-profit organization, even the dry season, to get something in the pocket.
Yes. Yeah. We are ready, Manje. Oh, you are taking us through, ne?
Yeah, we just need to move a bit faster. We need to clear this area for the next event. Okay?
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Adil.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you very much, Mayor Lisa. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good
Good
afternoon to the colleagues on the online platform. Am I audible? Oh, okay. I don't like mics. I think my voice is high enough, but for now I have to use a mic. Yeah. These are the points or inputs that we have captured as scribes, and my colleagues actually deployed me to come here and actually do the feedback because they know I will be very concise and quick because they told me that the cocktails are getting hot. So please bear with me. But before we start, can we just give Mayor Lisa a round of applause for the great facilitation? Okay, colleagues, our topic was maximizing the impact of NDA grant funding and capacity building. And the topic or objective was to identify ways to improve the effectiveness and sustainability of NDA funded initiatives. Can I get the next slide, please? Next slide. Okay, question 1 reads as follows. How can grant funding be better structured to maximize impact? Now here are the points in front of us. The first one, simplification of the NDA funding application, shorten it and simplify the jargon. Tailored funding model. So the funding should be tailor-made in a specific way. The first one, differentiate between startups and long-functioning organizations. So there should be a clear distinction between the two. Point number 2, cater for operational budget for the organization within the application. Visibility of the NDA should be improved to help amplify its grant funding model. Multiple ways of applying for funding, online and physical platform. I think the colleagues did mention that some communities are in remote areas where there's no access to online platforms. Integration of efforts to maximize the impact of grant funding. Next slide, please. Okay, question 2. How can capacity building initiatives be tailored to meet the diverse needs of CSOs? First point, capacity building interventions should be tailor-made to speak to various literacy levels, link training to mentorship, access to markets, and funding holistic capacity building. So capacity building should be holistic in its approach. Number 3, addition of practical and technical skills training. So the capacity building should cater for technical and practical. Train the trainer initiatives should be strengthened amongst CSOs within the same sector. Ongoing dialogues, research and development should be improved or strengthened. Next slide, please. Moving on to question 3, what strategies can be put in place to enhance impactful programs or outcomes? First point, share best practices with various provinces, exchange programs. Number 2, strengthen monitoring and evaluation and continuous engagements. Impactful programs should have buy-in from CSOs. So programs shouldn't creep out of nowhere. The CSOs should be aware of them, and the CSOs should have had an input. Ensuring that the NDA funding before it's dispersed, or ensuring that the NDA funding be dispersed through service providers, assessment of performance of the project, align projects with NDA priorities, replication of projects to other provinces. I think here it means sharing of best practices, leverage funding for sustainable development. Next slide, please. Okay, moving on to question 4. What are the lessons from successful and failed NDA-funded initiatives? Point number 1, success projects strictly should stick to their allocated budget and do not overspend and misuse NDA money. The COVID-19 NDA volunteer program was very successful and it met its program outcomes. Point number 3, collaboration through linkages between co-ops and NPOs should be strengthened. NDA multi-stakeholder approach with organizations such as Hope Worldwide. So I think here it basically means that we should encourage such partnerships and strengthen such partnerships. NDA and DSD should not duplicate funding the same projects. So basically they shouldn't be double dipping when it comes to projects. Knowledge sharing should also be increased. NDA should listen to CSOs and not plan on behalf of them. Avoid top-down approach. Next slide. Okay, now we get to our recommendations. So the first question that we had to address, or we had to provide recommendations to or make inputs, it says list the overarching proposed solutions by the participants. The first one says information/communication should flow through established provincial and district forums. Outline the most actionable and impactful ideas and responsible parties for each. Proper due diligence to be conducted for all seeking funding from the NDA. So there should be a proper due diligence process. NDA, CSOs, and the Minister's Office to take full responsibility of this particular process. Suggest practical ways the NDA or other stakeholders can address identified challenges. The first point says, before funding is dispersed, NDA and other stakeholders should ensure that the organization is competent in managing funds. Number 2, funding to be proportional within district. So there should be a fair allocation. Next slide, please. Now we get to our conclusion. Key takeaway, conduct a review of the conference resolutions within a period of 12 months and provide feedback through a circulated report which will be shared with all the conference delegates. Call to action, establish a stakeholder forum which discusses developmental initiatives and challenges within the civil society sector. I think the last slide says thank you. Thanks.
Maybe I missed something. There was a suggestion to the NDA to increase the foot soldiers. Did we? Yes, yeah. Yeah. Mm. Capture it now.
Thanks, Adile. It's just a small detail under, I think it's under strategies. The speaker was saying they're speaking to scalability and replicability, that us strategies should look into that, and I don't see the terms, the word scalability. I think it's just as important. Thank you. Yeah, replication and scalability. Yeah, thank you.
We're adding, colleagues. Our scribes are adding.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make a correction on the double dipping part, the duplication between DSD and NDA. I think we need to omit the term double dipping, because what we are saying is that NDA needs to come and scale. DSD can give a startup capital. NDA needs to scale. So when we are saying double dipping, we are now saying if DSD has supported us, then we should not be supported by NDA. I think we need to correct that and omit. Thank you.
Okay, you got that, scribes?
Sanibonani. Ngicela silungiseni silungiseni leliphuzu lelithi funding mele ihambe through service providers. Nicabange kahle kodwa. Ngicela siyikhiphe ngalesizathu sokuthi angeke zisebenzele. Kungmanje NDA uma akhipha imali ngifuna ukubekisa nje structure ne athi ufaka structure lapha structure because ibinika to service provider le mali ube ukuthi akafiki ku 2 million but ngeligama le center yami kuphume 2 million okwakha nayiva ukuthi njani so ngakanani nase sekuyothengwa nemathang through service provider so kuyothengwa nekudla through service provider nayiva ukuthi njani lelo ngicela siyilungiseni ngiyibona ngathi kumele siyi-omit.
Mhlawumbe, I think there's, I think asizwani kahle, we are not hearing each other because what the gentleman was saying, the money has been approved. NDA does not go and get a tender or whatever. You have chosen, you brought quotations to us and you said you want this service. Now to curb ukuthi imali must not be, to make sure that the money is used for the actual thing that it was supposed to. Then NDA, when they give you the money, they say you wanted this pen from Discam. They pay Discam goes and delivers to you. That's what they were saying. Not necessary to say, now we are going to then say, okay, you wanting this, we'll go and find it for you. Because one of the things we are avoiding that, once people know that NDA is putting out a tender, things become 3 times the amount. When you will get it for 10 rands, but when NDA says we want a pen, they will get it for 30 rands. So I think
What must it read, the report? What must it say?
You've got a correct word for it. Are you giving us a correct word? I know you one of the people who are going to talk, but I thought you wanted to respond to this. Okay.
Not to this
Younger?
one specifically.
Wait. Younger, can you read that sentence out? The one about service providers.
It says ensuring that the NDA funding is dispersed through service providers.
So that is obviously incorrect. Ne? So how do we change it to ensure NDA funding is paid to what the intention was? Is that how you want to resolve it? I'm looking at you, Yoli, because you tried to explain. Okay, so paid directly by NDA to the supplier. Okay, so it's a way of protecting or minimizing risk within the project that the NDA be instructed to pay instead of to the project to specific service providers. You got that? Okay, we want to get away from the word service providers to where the product will be provided from. Supplier. Service provider, supplier. Okay, thank you. Is there still uncertainty there? Okay, we're getting very technical here. The concept is what we need to agree on.
Can we say from the CSO chosen supplier? Does it sound better? The CSO chosen supplier, you choose the supplier, we then pay to that supplier that you've chosen.
Ngicabanga ukuthi le iyanceda le because uma ngalendlela ibekwe ngayo
Eh.
akusiko lokho lesifuna
Yes,
wona.
CSO chosen supplier.
Yeah.
Or a supplier of choice, whatever, but you will phrase it in nice, proper English.
Siyabonga Maki.
So we are still on corrections. We passed that point. There's two.
Okay.
Eh? Mara women first.
Thank you. The speaker who spoke about taking out the wedding double dipping and then DSD doing startups and then NDA doing scale ups. I think the criteria would differ from one set or coming off the certain part of DSD to NDA specifically. So I don't think we should really close down opportunities for those who would be able to grasp something from one agent that the other one does not provide for. Now, that is my first point. The second one would be, there's a part where we said communication must come through established channels, but we are not specifying what channels are those, who becomes part of those channels. Because right now we have the NDA going through district municipalities, local municipalities, and there is usually a lot of miscommunication when information is supposed to be disseminated by local authorities to CSOs. Sometimes it's deliberate, we don't know, but there is a big problem when it comes to that level. So ideally, we would like to see a forum that actually has representation from CSOs, that we know that we have a voice within decision-making structures that are established to monitor, observe, or whatever the case that might be that has to do with CSOs. Thank you.
So are you suggesting a CSO forum?
It is imperative that we have such, remember we said decision-making must not be top to bottom. So how then do we change that without being specific to the forum that we want?
Okay, we're just going to bring your point to the point that we've got on here. Ne? So that point relates to Younger. The point about the forums relates to what statement in the report? But you want it to be tweaked, right? To be specify what forum. So you can help us specify it now?
Okay, maybe I should read what we have here. So it says, establish a stakeholder forum which discusses developmental initiatives and challenges within the civil society sector.
So you want to make it more specific?
Let's be specific who becomes part of that forum.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we should.
Now, say who must be part of that forum? Say who must be part.
Yes, we should specify because we need to highlight that the CSOs
Now
are
specify.
part. Oh, it will be NDA, the authority which the project or the CSO will be within. Then it will be maybe the CSO forum that will be existing in that particular space, so that you know that information is shared by actually all stakeholders, not those with the means to provide only.
Okay. And your first point, did we cover your first point?
No, the first point, it went to the point that is meant on double dipping when we were talking about the semantics. there.
Okay, you okay with that?
No.
So you're okay with that?
Okay, we were saying the suggestion was to remove the word double dipping.
So you're okay with
Instead,
removing?
they said we should say DSD should do startups, NDA should do scale-ups. So my point was to say that, what if the CSO's funding is not met by the needs from another agency, but would be on that particular one?
Okay, I agree with the double dipping. We're taking it out. But the startups, the point around startups and long list existing organizations is to say that NDA needs to be supporting both of them. That was added. So you agree with that? So that's what is being said in the report. Okay, so it's the second point. The first point about the startups and the long-standing is, so it's not that point you talk. Now, which is the point you're referring to?
Tate Adil.
It's the point about DSD and NDA double dipping. And no, wait. What he's correcting now was saying DSD should deal with startups and NDA with the scaling. Now, it could be vice versa. It could be NDA with startups. And so he says we must put it in a way that does not limit it to say DSD must do startups and we do scaling. That's what he's trying to say. Any, yeah.
Ke utlwa mama a bua ka taba ya double dipping. Real double dipping government a e batle. O ka se mfante monwana, e mongwe a tla mfanda monwana. There are many projects in the community. There are many activities in the community because we are working as a collaboration in the community. The NDA, hey, fit a community. It level a gap. That's why it closer the gap. It level where's the gap in this project? Ya le capacity. Ya fetsa le capacity. Yes, I do lots of compliance is right, everything is right. Eh, sheba, level ki ing selur sinale lack of funding. More project. Agri project on the agriculture, on the psychosocial support, on the STS, on the social mobilization, and on the prevention, on the many, on the skill. If NDAs and ACO projecting, and not the non-profit organization, and there is a collaboration impact. Ile is an lack of funding ya agriculture. Where barriers are the adherence club, the support group, and the obviously often and vulnerable children, or the sector of the people living with HIV and AIDS in Gauteng, in West Rand. If it's our capacity, lack of resource, and never hollow. Funding is not only the money. The funding is the different way of funding. Ogakra rwena ba fita ko organization ya ona le problem ya hore o fundetse for o patela batho mara a ona funding ya di resource a ona laptop. Please apply yourselves talk in the community because the community is large and rebereka as collaboration, share resource, stakeholder engagement is the key. And then overreka rebereka rona o itse re ithute rona. Or okay, NDA social development social SASA Lebanon are three impact of the key stakeholders of government. And every worker in civil society. Civil society rona the other community-led response organization in the community. Because rona ko community there's a research, there's a community profiling. And a funding NDA is not the same because it got fund Tswana. And then it's a fund Tswana. Ngasrike fundela HIV and AIDS, than fundela HIV and AIDS. Rona NDA fundela agriculture for resource, not money, for resource. And we are happy.
Sorry, we are just making corrections and additions. We can't go deeper into it. We need to end now. Are there any other corrections that needs to be made? I'm going to hand over to you. There's one issue that was raised about the volunteer program. It was very successful, the report says. However, it was unsustainable. That's the point that people made. Can we add that? Two people made. We don't dispute the fact that it was serving its need, but we couldn't continue doing it. Okay. I'm now going to hand over to Yoli. We're not going to read out the report again. It's going to cause more, so we're just going to close it now. Thank you.
Can we clap for our coordinator? Colleagues, we are done now. The two rapporteurs will look at the report, will assist them with the coordinator, and we'll make sure that the report is ready to go. And I think 99% of it was okay when we looked at it. So can you give yourselves a very big hand clap? Well, I wouldn't mind another hand clap for myself now. Okay, remain blessed and highly favored. Can you go and change and look nice? They want to fix the venue, and we'll see you in a few minutes. Thank you.
There's no time to go.
Are you taking them?
Yeah.
We're not using them tonight for the cocktail. And that sound. No, there's no Q&A, but the cocktail is run from there. Yeah.
You can use a mic.
Which mic?
You can use this.
Yeah, we are starting. Testing, 1, 2, testing. Angithi, yeah, mabadlali. Yeah, you. All. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can play. Yeah. Oh, there's not shy sound there. Yeah, I'm going to khulunywa phela. I'm going
Yeah.
One song. Just one song, yeah. Just to check with the levels. Like that.
Yeah, something. What's that? Yes, I am. Yeah? Mambo.
3, 2,